Chapter 993. The Knights of the Holy Spirit had disappeared. Without using a planet-level portal, the shrines could not grasp his whereabouts. Of course, this also meant that the Knights of the Holy Spirit could no longer continue to massacre on a large scale, which greatly reduced the threat to the great world of God. However, regardless of whether the Knights of the Holy Spirit continued to massacre, the 5 shrines had to take this seriously, especially the war shrines, who felt a strong threat. This was a direct challenge to the shrines, resurrecting a devout demigod knight of the war shrines and letting him massacre the great world of God. If this matter spread out, it would bring a big blow to the shrine's reputation, and it might even affect the spread of their faith. The shrines took action. In addition to setting up the necessary defense forces on Tula, the 5 shrines' intelligence organizations, their subordinate aristocratic firms, the cleaners, and other organizations all took action, searching for traces of the Knights of the Holy Spirit everywhere in the great world of God. Many oracles of the 5 shrines were also on standby, and as soon as there was news, they would immediately head over. The upper echelons of the shrines knew that demigods were invincible in the main world. Any single combat power that encountered a demigod would be courting death. Needless to say, this was the Knights of the Holy Spirit, whose combat power was already invincible in the world 10,000 years ago. Every time the upper echelons of shrines read the records of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, the worry in their hearts increased. David had recently stayed on Kami to strengthen his grasp of the rules, but the results were minimal. However, in the eyes of the Black Dragon Alexis, David's training speed was already extremely shocking. The 2 basic rules of the Rule of Strength and Rule of Speed were being steadily improved by David. As for the problem of time, how long had David been training to reach the level of training the rules? Without 100 years of research, how could he reach the level of mastery? For people like David who did not need to worry about their lifespan, a clear training goal and a clear training path was the guarantee of continuous growth. The Black Dragon Alexis saw the possibility of fighting alongside David in the future and ravaging the Grim Reaper, so the Black Dragon Alexis was not in a hurry. David trained while waiting for news from the Guardian Planet. He did not receive any news from the Guardian Planet. Instead, he received news from the Aristocratic Affairs Office. When he received the news, he still could not believe it. Of Bama Star's Villa 35 was attacked, except 2 of his servants. All. Bama City's Aristocratic Affairs. Of Bama City's Aristocratic Affairs Office. Of Bama Cities of the Aristocratic Affairs was also suffered of Bama City's Bamas. Not a single person in the Aristocratic Affairs Office survived. Those who could serve the Aristocratic Affairs Office had at least a certain degree of faith. After the Aristocratic Affairs Office in Bama City was reinstated, the first thing it did was to report the losses to all the nobles in order. David was the first batch of nobles to receive the report. David then received an internal report from Speaker Gould, letting him know the whole story. A demigod knight who had fallen 10,000 years ago had been resurrected. Now, he was carrying out a massacre in the great world of God. Not long after Speaker Gould's report was sent, Bishop McKinley and Bishop Evans also sent similar reports. At present, these reports were all top secret. Apart from the higher-ups of the shrines, very few people knew about this. The relevant people had all been ordered to keep their mouths shut. From this, it could be seen that David now had a firm alliance in the great world of God. He also had a network of relationships that connected interests. Bishop McKinley and Bishop Evans would send top-secret information to David because they had the help of David's influence in their identities as bishops. As David became stronger and more famous, his influence among the knights also increased day by day. The title of the knight, the identity of the first knight, the dazzling battle results, and the courage to step forward to save his friends from danger time and time again. These rare knight spirits were now influencing this generation of knights. In addition, David controlled the red wine produced by Planet Kami, the precious heartwarming lotus seed soup. The 5 shrines also had a great demand for it. As David's friends, Bishop McKinley and Bishop Evans also had a great say in their respective shrines because of this relationship. Stewart Dickens, Immediately stop the operation of the planetary-level portals on planet Dunar. All portals must be reconfirmed. You will be in charge of this matter. David, who had received the news, opened the Lord communication portal and ordered Steward Dickens. Yes, Master. Although Steward Dickens did not understand why Lord Arthur did this, this was his master's order. Even if he knew that this order would have a great impact on the business of planet Dunar, he still faithfully agreed. In addition, give the order that no forces on planet Dunar are allowed to activate any portals during this period. If they violate this order, they will have a death feud with me. David continued. Steward Dickens' expression changed. He could hear the murderous intent in Lord Arthur's words. The consequences of having a death feud with Lord Arthur were known throughout the great world of God. As Lord Arthur grew up, his story also spread widely. The noble families that were trampled under his feet and sunk into the mud during his growth became negative examples. Steward Dickens conveyed Lord Arthur's order on planet Dunar. Since Lord Arthur had sent 13 level 5 temple knights to participate in the war, the knights on planet Dunar were not affected by the war. The planetary level portals on planet Dunar were closed immediately, followed by the examination of qualifications and other work. Many law enforcement knights carried Lord Arthur's order to the nobles who stayed on planet Dunar. The whole planet Dunar immediately became nervous. Those nobles who had small or medium portals took the initiative to close their portals. No one dared to have the slightest bit of hope. Even the top nobles who cooperated with Lord Arthur were the same. David was not too worried about planet Dunar. He did not know why the Knights of the Holy Spirit did not choose planet Dunar as their target immediately. Since there was no choice, it would not be easy to find trouble with planet Dunar in the future. David was very curious about the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit, but whether the Knights of the Holy Spirit were controlled by the Grim Reaper or not, when the Knights of the Holy Spirit attacked Villa number 35 in Bama City, it was tantamount to forming a death feud with David. David appeared at the planetary level portal of Bama City. Bama City used to be busy, but now, except for some law enforcement knights running on the streets and a few law enforcement sky knight in the sky, there were few other people. The range of his mind power was 100 kilometers. After expanding it, the whole Bama City was within his mind power. In an instant, David knew the situation of Bama City. This beautiful city that had experienced thousands of years and countless generations of hard work was built. Although there was no damage on the surface, there were less than 10,000 people who survived in the city. This was a mega city with a population of more than 1 million people. Such a loss was equivalent to the main city of Boss City being massacred. This city would not be able to recover in decades. Even if it recovered, Bama City would not be able to return to its peak state. Previously, Bama City was known for its safety. Without a sense of security, this city was just an ordinary city. The 4 law enforcement knights guarding the planetary level portal looked at David with excited eyes. This legendary, invincible knight made the law enforcement knight forget the tragedy here for a while. However, the 4 law enforcement knights did not come forward to greet him. With their status, they were not qualified to go forward and communicate with Lord Arthur. They could only bow and knight salute to show their respect. David withdrew his mind power and bowed slightly to the 4 law enforcement knights. Then, without waiting for the person in charge of the law enforcement knight, he rose into the air and flew towards Villa 35. Ever since Knight Andrew was killed here and Steward Jason moved away, Steward Albin was the only one left to stay in Villa number 35. As David's status continued to rise, the stewards of the Luce family, especially the old people who followed Butler Jason, did not need to work anymore. This place became the retirement home of the old people of the Luce family. With Bama City's climate and environment, David's arrangement was very good. But he did not expect that the attack on Bama City would kill everyone here. David came here in person to show that he valued the old people of the family. At the same time, he also hoped to see the traces left by the Knights of the Holy Spirit and see the strength of the Knights of the Holy Spirit through close observation. Due to the special nature of Villa 35, nothing here was touched, and it still maintained the state of the attack. Alexis, what do you think? David did not stir up the air when he walked, so when he came to the ashes on the ground, the ashes were not affected at all. He squatted down and asked the black dragon Alexis through the master-servant contract. The ashes on the ground were white, which meant that the villa was in a relatively sealed environment, so the ashes were preserved. Under the cover of David's mind power, it seemed that as long as he breathed a little, the ashes on the ground would scatter. A very strong flame. This flame was used on ordinary people, so you can see how much the caster hates these people. This is very strange. How can a demigod with such strength have such a strong hatred for ordinary people? The black dragon Alexis was very puzzled. To be able to be called a very strong flame by the black dragon Alexis, it could be seen that he had a very high opinion of this flame. Yes, the intelligence said that the Knights of the Holy Spirit is a devout demigod. How could he do such a thing? David also did not understand. David walked around the villa again and saw the rest of the ashes. What kind of domain ability is this? Can you tell? David was a little helpless. His strength was not enough to determine the domain of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. So he asked the black dragon Alexis again. It's hard to say. This demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit is not a flame domain. I need to see him to make a correct judgment. The black dragon Alexis could not make an accurate judgment. How is it not a flame domain? Weren't these all burned by the flames? David asked, pointing at the ashes on the ground, puzzled. Don't you think that the flames are a little strange? The black dragon Alexis reminded. David's mind power scanned the ashes again, and then he found something special. The flames that burned a person to ashes in an instant did not cause any damage to the ground. These people were also in the building, and the building did not have any traces of the flames. Perhaps this could be attributed to the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit's control of the flame rule, but David sensed a holy aura from the ashes. Purify, David said in a low voice. David remembered the word purify very clearly. When he read the book, he mentioned this sentence in the description of purify. Purify is the baptism of the holy to the evil. This baptism is from the body to the soul. In other words, purify would destroy the body and soul of those judged to be evil. David paid special attention to this ability because he needed souls. When he first saw this ability, his first thought was that this ability was his nemesis, because the enemies who were purified would not even have a soul. Without a soul, there would be no soul energy, and there would be no knowledge light ball. How ridiculous! A demigod knight with the ability of purify is actually using purify to slaughter believers. David said in a low voice, shaking his head. At the same time, he felt a sense of threat in his heart. He did not know if he could fight against the Knights of the Holy Spirit without the black dragon Alexis's help. David rarely lacked confidence like this. Even when he was a level 4 Sky Knight, he dared to challenge a level 5 Knight of the Holy Spirit. But he was about to face a demigod, an existence known as invincible in the main world. This invincibility was not the invincible title that the shrines gave to David, but the truth of it. David sent a message to Butler Dickens, asking him to send someone to Bama City to deal with this matter. The news of Lord Arthur appearing in Bama City to mourn the deaths of the Luce family spread among the nobles. With the identity of Lord Arthur, his every word and action was being watched. Currently, very few people knew about the identity of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The common rumor among the nobles was that the culprits who attacked Bama City were going to be unlucky. This confidence came from Lord Arthur's battle achievements, from Lord Arthur's powerful combat strength. But those who really knew the inside story were not optimistic about Lord Arthur. Even a few of Lord Arthur's friends sent him messages, asking him not to interfere in this matter. David did not want to take the initiative to interfere. Now that the Knights of the Holy Spirit had disappeared, he could not find a target even if he wanted to. At the same time, he was not arrogant enough to fight against a demigod, and he did not want the black dragon Alexis to be exposed. So after staying in Bama City for a while, he returned to Gammy Planet to continue training. The great world of gods did not calm down because of the disappearance of the Saint Spirit Knights. The followers of the evil gods saw the chaos, and they all moved out. When the great world of gods was at its weakest, the followers of the evil gods who had been silent all over the great world of gods kept appearing. Chapter 994. It had been many years since the great world of God had been so chaotic. The insectoids were invading from the outside, and the Knights of the Holy Spirit were wreaking havoc on the inside. The alarm on Planet Triumph was fake again. 2 evil followers attacked a manor and killed everyone there. The Knight of the Annabelle Cathedral came here for nothing again. McKinley said, a little tired. McKinley and the other 4 bishops hadn't slept for 3 days. Every once in a while, they'd receive an alert from the intelligence department. However, the intelligence department couldn't tell the difference between a demigod and a level 3 or 4 evil follower. Level 3 or 4 evil followers and demigods were all fatal to ordinary people. The intelligence department also didn't have the ability to test the target's strength. Of course, the shrines wouldn't ask them to do so. They just needed to report what they found in a timely manner. The Knight of the Annabelle Cathedral was very active. Perhaps because she was a devout follower of the god of war, she had a deep hatred for knights who betrayed the god of war. More importantly, the Knight of the Annabelle Cathedral had always regarded the Knights of the Holy Spirit as her idol. The destruction of her idol almost drove her crazy. Therefore, every time there was an alert, the Knight of the Annabelle Cathedral would go first. None of the other priests dared to compete with her. However, in reality, none of the alerts were caused by the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The evil followers were causing trouble all over the great world of God. They used this rare opportunity to do things that they didn't dare to do before. The Knight of the Annabelle Cathedral would go empty-handed every time. At most, she'd meet low-level evil followers. We can't go on like this. This false information is too much of a drain on our energy, Bishop Bolin said in a low voice. But if we don't do this, how can we find the Knights of the Holy Spirit? Bishop Dominic said helplessly. Just the day before yesterday, the 5 gods had sent out a decree to find the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The 5 gods would respond to the request at any time. This had never happened before. One must know that although God's descent was the shrine's trump card, it did not mean that all requests would be granted. Gods wouldn't be dispatched just because of a request. Apart from the Annabelle Temple Knight, who was favored by the gods, the rest of the oracles didn't have a 100% chance of success. However, the fact that the 5 gods had directly responded to the divine descent showed that the 5 gods had taken the Knights of the Holy Spirit seriously. With the importance of the 5 gods, the shrines didn't dare to relax even a little bit. They had mobilized almost all the forces they could. However, the Knights of the Holy Spirit was currently in space, and no matter how good the intelligence department was, they could not investigate in space. Bishop Evans stood up and said, "If not, I'll predict the target of the Knights of the Holy Spirit." Bishop McKinley shook his head and said, "That's too dangerous. The Knights of the Holy Spirit is a demigod." Bishop Evans said firmly, "It's okay. I'll try to predict the next attack point of the Knights of the Holy Spirit." Bishop Bolin waved his hand and interrupted Bishop Evans's preparation. "Wait a minute. I'll cast a healing spell on you first." As a bishop of the shrines of the earth, Bishop Bolin was very accomplished in healing spells. He spent 10 seconds chanting, and the staff in his hand drew a complicated pattern in the air. Then a white light fell on Bishop Evans's body. Greater Healing was an advanced healing spell. Under the effect of blessing, it could offset the effect of a serious attack. Bishop Evans felt the faint white light and warmth on his body and nodded gratefully to Bishop Bolin. This advanced healing spell consumed a lot of energy, so unless it was a critical moment, Bishop Bolin would try not to use it. In the short process of casting Greater Healing, Bishop Bolin had used up 3 months' worth of prayer and some precious casting materials. Although it was very convenient to cast Greater Healing spells, they were dependent on various conditions. Bishop Evans was now more confident in casting divine spells with the help of the Greater Healing spell. Of course, the main reason for this was that Bishop Evans had only suffered heavy injuries after successfully prophesying about the god-tier insectoids. This gave him a new understanding of the divine art of prophecy. Although demigods had the word God in their name, there was still a gap between them and true gods. Bishop Evans kept chanting, waving the circle in his hand. His face was getting paler and paler as the chanting went on. However, the moment his face turned pale, the faint white light of the greater healing spell on his body dimmed a little, and his face became rosy again. Puff! 3 seconds after the prophecy spell succeeded, Bishop Evans spat out a mouthful of blood and withered. The light of the greater healing spell on his body had long been exhausted. Bishop Bolin, who had been prepared, cast a greater healing spell on Bishop Evans. Bishop Dominic took out a bottle of top-level healing potion and gave it to Bishop Evans. Bishop McKinley looked at Bishop Evans' sideburns. A few strands of hair had turned white. It was important to note that these level 5 bishops were blessed by God. They would not have white hair unless they were over 200 years old. Bishop Evans was only a little over 100 years old. The white hair on his sideburns could only be due to the prophecy spell. Contact Lord Arthur immediately. The next target of the Knights of the Holy Spirit is planet Gamma. Bishop Evans slowly opened his eyes under the effect of the healing spell and the top-level healing potion. He said as soon as he woke up. After activating the prophecy spell, Bishop Evans realized that he had underestimated the power of demigods. If he had not cast the greater healing spell beforehand, he would have been seriously injured in the beginning and the prophecy would have failed. The last time he used the prophecy spell, Bishop Evans had completely avoided the god-level insectoids and only predicted the movements of normal insectoids. This time, however, Bishop Evans had directly predicted the future target of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. This meant that he was going against the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit on the spiritual level. The Knights of the Holy Spirit had almost caused the prophecy spell to collapse when it was finally formed. Bishop Evans had no choice but to use his own life force to forcefully activate the spell. What? I'll inform Lord Arthur immediately. Bishop McKinley exclaimed when he heard Bishop Evans' words. Bishop McKinley was not the only one. Bishop Bolin, Bishop Dominic, and Bishop Bolin all took out their own contact circles at the same time. How could they miss this opportunity to be on good terms with Lord Arthur? Of course, Bishop Evans deserved the most credit for this, but as long as they informed Lord Arthur would owe them a favor. Having a powerful invincible knight owe them a favor was a great benefit to them. The Knights of the Holy Spirit was flying in space. He was not flying aimlessly. His speed in space was terrifying. Although he did not have any spatial ability, the strange law of the Holy Word could connect 2 spatial coordinates together, giving him a spatial ability similar to instantaneous movement. In space, the Saint Spirit Knight's figure would appear and disappear from time to time. Every time he appeared and disappeared, his figure would move 1,000 meters forward. The Knights of the Holy Spirit slowed down. He no longer used the law of the Holy Word. Instead, he flew towards the barren planet in front of him. Bishop Ironside of the God of Fire stood in front of a dilapidated ancient shrines. He received an oracle from the God of Death to deliver the latest map and information to the Knights of the Holy Spirit. He was also to act together with the Knights of the Holy Spirit. Bishop Ironside of the Holy Spirit did not want to participate, but when he prayed to the God of Fire responded, and he agreed to the God of Death's arrangement. Bishop Ironside of the Holy Spirit was a little uneasy. It was rare for him to feel this way. As a believer of the God of Fire who was known for his attack power, Bishop Ironside's combat power was also extremely strong. He was also one of the top 3 in the Doomsday Dusk organization. However, the person he was going to meet today was a demigod. He was also a devout believer of the God of War, the Knights of the Holy Spirit who was famous for slaughtering evil. In the records of the Church of the Fire God, the Saint Spirit Knight was an extremely terrifying existence. Back then, the followers of the evil god were extremely powerful, and it was because of the Saint Spirit Knight that the followers of the evil god were almost wiped out. He's here. Bishop Ironside of the Holy Spirit was thinking to himself. He saw a figure descending from the sky. He did not even need to look. Just by the holy aura that made him feel suffocated, he knew that it was the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The Knights of the Holy Spirit, the legendary knight that the God of War trusted the most. The god of war was even prepared to cultivate him as a subsidiary god. The situation back then was completely different from the situation in the great world of God. Back then, the ancient gods were still very active. The god of war and the other four gods would fight the ancient gods from time to time. Having another subordinate that could threaten the ancient gods was in line with the needs of the time. It was because of this that the god of war passed down the holy word law that only gods could master to the knights of the Holy Spirit. Everyone knew that the Knights of the Holy Spirit had a unique talent in the Holy Word Law. He easily mastered the Holy Word Law and used it to form his own Holy Spirit realm. He reached the peak of the legendary rank and then successfully became a demigod. Of course, the God of War's continuous blessings were also an important reason. The Knights of the Holy Spirit had obtained too many battle achievements. The extreme holiness almost made the Knights of the Holy Spirit the perfect knight. In the end, how did the Knights of the Holy Spirit fall into the hands of the God of Death? Only the God of Death would know. The fifth-level Bishop of Ironside sometimes had an evil thought. Was it because the God of War no longer needed the Knights of the Holy Spirit because of the end of the Holy War? So the Knights of the Holy Spirit were led into the God of Death's trap? This was just the imagination of the fifth-level Bishop of Ironside. The truth had long been buried in history. Greetings, Lord Knights of the Holy Spirit. The fifth-level Bishop of Ironside stepped forward and bowed. The Knights of the Holy Spirit looked at the fifth-level Bishop of Ironside, who was filled with a holy aura and couldn't help but nod. Although their beliefs were different, they were still allies. I need all the information about the evil Lord Arthur, especially his current location. The Knights of the Holy Spirit still remembered the God of Death's last words. The most evil existence in the great world of God was Lord Arthur, so he directly requested. The fifth-level Bishop of Ironside agreed with the Knights of the Holy Spirit's statement that Lord Arthur was an evil existence. Sometimes, the fifth-level Bishop of Ironside was depressed. He was a follower of an evil god, but the number of knights he killed was far less than the number of knights killed by Lord Arthur. There were many fifth-level knights who died in the hands of Lord Arthur. However, Lord Arthur had the highest reputation in the great world of God. He was called the Invincible Knight, a top noble, and a member of the Supreme Council. As for the fifth-level Bishop of Ironside, he could only hide and not show himself in front of the public. The fifth-level Bishop of Ironside believed that Lord Arthur was the real evil if he could do this. The fifth-level Bishop of Ironside handed a star map to the Knights of the Holy Spirit and explained, Lord Arthur is currently in Gammy Star. I have a map to Gammy Star here. Gammy Star is not open to the public, so you can only approach it from space. The Knights of the Holy Spirit said with a sharp gaze, Very well. Evil must be purified. The fifth-level Bishop of Ironside felt a chill down his spine when he heard the words of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The fifth-level Bishop of Ironside did not forget the God of Death's arrangement and bowed. Sir Knights of the Holy Spirit, I will go with you and provide you with my service. Then let's go. The Knights of the Holy Spirit did not stand on ceremony. His consciousness had always been under the control of the God of Death. He would not have any objections to this kind of thing that was arranged by the God of Death. The Knights of the Holy Spirit took to the sky again, and the fifth-level Bishop of Ironside followed closely behind. The fifth-level Bishop of Ironside used fire as a driving force, especially the Fire Divine spell that was specially modified for space travel. This made him very confident in his speed. However, after flying with the Knights of the Holy Spirit, the fifth-level Bishop of Ironside saw the difference between the two sides. The Knights of the Holy Spirit did not make any big movements. With just a thought, he activated the law of Holy Word, and his body appeared 1,000 meters away. At first, the fifth-level Bishop of Ironside could barely keep up with the crazy consumption of energy. However, this kind of consumption could not be sustained for long, and his speed soon slowed down. The Knights of the Holy Spirit appeared beside the fifth-level Bishop of Ironside, grabbed his body with one hand, and flew with him in a way that made him feel extremely humiliated. They flew in the direction of Gammy Star. With Gammy Star's position on the star map, This flight was not short, but with the way the Knights of the Holy Spirit moved, it would not take too long. Chapter 995. After receiving the intelligence from the 4 bishops, David knew that Bishop Evans had paid a great price for this intelligence. After thanking the 4 bishops, David also asked them to express their gratitude to Bishop Evans. David put away the Lord-level communication circle and smiled at the black dragon Alexis on his shoulder. "Alexis, I think we'll have a guest soon. Lord Arthur, demigods can be said to be invincible in the world, and with the strange ability of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, you have to be careful," the black dragon Alexis reminded. The black dragon Alexis' tone was not cautious, because it knew what kind of ability David had mastered. If it was not for the greater achievements in the future, David might have broken through the peak of the legendary rank and become a demigod long ago. "I will be careful." David, of course, would not be careless. David opened his identity bracelet. This identity bracelet had a legal origin. Although he could not contact the Interstellar Federation army on Gammy Planet, and there was no Skynet, he could connect to his own super server. As long as he was within range of Gammy Planet, he could command the artificial intelligence system at any time. He was inspired by the reconnaissance device used by the federal military and found a reconnaissance device designed by the Research Institute in the ready-made blueprints. After some simple modifications, complicated functions such as weapon navigation were removed, and only the reconnaissance network function was retained. David's information was very comprehensive. This was related to his many robberies in the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God. Furthermore, Gammy Planet was rich in mineral resources and could be mined at will, so there was no trouble in mass producing the reconnaissance devices. The blueprints were sent to the factory, and the factory continuously produced simplified versions of the reconnaissance devices. When the first batch of 1,000 reconnaissance devices was piled up in the warehouse, only 5 hours had passed since David came out with the blueprints. This was because of the time spent adjusting the production line, so the second batch of reconnaissance devices would be produced even faster. David put all 1,000 reconnaissance devices into the dimensional pendant, then flew into space and placed the reconnaissance devices in the space near Gammy Planet. Movement in space did not use much energy, so the 1,000 reconnaissance devices would be distributed in the space near Gammy Planet under the control of the artificial intelligence system of Gammy Planet, providing an alarm barrier for Gammy Planet. In the next 5 days, David would send the reconnaissance devices produced by the factory into space every once in a while. Slowly, in the vicinity of the Jiami star, a reconnaissance airspace of 500 kilometers was formed. David did not do this for the Knights of the Holy Spirit. In the future, the artificial intelligence system would continue to produce reconnaissance devices, and these devices would continue to increase the detection range of Gammy Planet, so that Gammy Planet would not be ambushed from space. One had to know that Jiami's star was too important to him now. This was an important safety point for him. David did not want to destroy the hard-won results of Gammy Planet because of a battle, so he wanted to keep the Knights of the Holy Spirit out of the planet, so that the battle between the two could be carried out in space. Without waiting for the 6th day, in the afternoon of the 5th day, David's identity bracelet rang with an alarm from the artificial intelligence system, and it also gave the location of the reconnaissance device that sent out the alarm. David did not hesitate and flew into the sky. In the process of flying, the identity bracelet constantly updated the location of the enemy. The enemy did not seem to have any understanding of the reconnaissance device. This kind of item that did not have any pattern energy fluctuation was ignored. Perhaps the level 5 Bishop of Ironside knew something, but at this time, he was in the hands of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The Knights of the Holy Spirit constantly used the Holy Square Law to activate the instantaneous movement, which made the level 5 Bishop of Ironside very uncomfortable. People who did not have the talent of space could not withstand the discomfort caused by the continuous teleportation. Even if the level 5 Bishop of Ironside was a level 5 spirit user, he could not avoid the nausea, vomiting, and dizziness caused by the continuous teleportation. Fortunately, he was a level 5 spirit user, so he could withstand this kind of teleportation for a long time. If it was a normal level 5 spirit user, the instantaneous movement for such a long time could make the passive instantaneous movement user faint. Of course, maybe the level 5 Bishop of Ironside hoped that he would faint, but he did not want to endure this kind of feeling. In the past 5 days, the Knights of the Holy Spirit did not sleep at all, and had been using the instantaneous movement to hurry on. Therefore, the level 5 Bishop of Ironside could not detect the existence of the reconnaissance device, and there was no way he could alert the Knights of the Holy Spirit. David smiled coldly, and he flew towards the path of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The Knights of the Holy Spirit and David did not see each other with their eyes, but they sensed each other with their spirit. The Knights of the Holy Spirit's eyes were sharp. He had not met a real, strong person this time, and Lord Arthur in front of him was the only strong person that he looked up to. The only thing that puzzled him was why there was no evil aura on Lord Arthur. Of course, David did not have the evil aura in the eyes of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The Knights of the Holy Spirit, who had been modified by the god of death, would sense the evil aura on the believers of the 5 gods. In the great world of God, there was almost no one who did not have faith. It was just a matter of how much faith they had. David was an exception. He came from the Interstellar Federation, and the Interstellar Federation did not have any faith at all. Even in his previous life, he did not have any faith. So, is true evil? The Knights of the Holy Spirit did not doubt the words of the god of death. He used his spirit to increase his perception of David, and indeed, he found some problems. David did not have the faith of the 5 gods, but there was the power of faith lingering around his body. This power of faith came from the believers of the 5 gods. After the Knights of the Holy Spirit increased his perception, he found the power of faith recognized by the 5 gods. That was why the Knights of the Holy Spirit said the truly evil words. David also used his spirit to sense the Knights of the Holy Spirit. He was very familiar with the power of space, and there was a space pattern in his soul space. When he saw the way the Knights of the Holy Spirit traveled, his first thought was that the Knights of the Holy Spirit had mastered the power of space. But when David carefully sensed, he found that the Knights of the Holy Spirit did not use the power of space. Instead, the space actively opened a passage for the Knights of the Holy Spirit. Alexis, why is the space movement ability of the Knights of the Holy Spirit so strange? David asked Black Dragon Alexis as he continued to fly. A demigod recognized by the world. How much divine grace must he have received to have such an ability? Black Dragon Alexis shook his head and sighed. Black Dragon Alexis then explained to David what was special about the Knights of the Holy Spirit. Black Dragon Alexis only talked about the way the Knights of the Holy Spirit moved. The way the Knights of the Holy Spirit moved through space was not because he had the power of space. Instead, it was because the great world of God recognized the Knights of the Holy Spirit and allowed him to use the rules of space. It was not just the rules of space. Perhaps the Knights of the Holy Spirit could use more rules of the world. Of course, this ability was not self-cultivated. It was a gift from the gods, coupled with his own special talent. You mean the Knights of the Holy Spirit is very powerful? David could not help but frown. According to Black Dragon Alexis, the Knights of the Holy Spirit could use many rules at will. This would give the Knights of the Holy Spirit a great advantage in battle, using the most suitable rules according to the enemy's characteristics. Powerful. It's pathetic. Black Dragon Alexis's tone was full of sarcasm. David could not help but be stunned. Was there a bad restriction to the ability to use the rules at will? The ability of the Knights of the Holy Spirit to manipulate the rules is an ability that he naturally grasped after becoming a god. This kind of manipulation of the rules is not strong among the gods. It can only be considered a daily life ability, just like how ordinary people can light a fire or farm. This degree of control of the rules is a basic ability among the gods. God's gift to the Knights of the Holy Spirit is only to give him the basic ability of the gods in advance. If he becomes a god and only has these basic life abilities, he will only be the lowest existence among the gods. Black Dragon Alexis continued without waiting for David to ask. David thought for a moment and understood what Black Dragon Alexis meant. Although the Knights of the Holy Spirit was very powerful, this kind of power was only a god's life ability and not a real strong ability to control the rules. David thought of the God of War's favor to the Knights of the Holy Spirit, which was even written in the history books. Now that he thought about it, this was to forcibly reduce the threat of the Knights of the Holy Spirit to the lowest level. Even if the Knights of the Holy Spirit became a god, he would not be able to escape the control of the God of War. But the Knights of the Holy Spirit must be very powerful now, right? At this time, the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, and they would be able to meet soon. David still asked the Black Dragon Alexis through the master-servant contract. If a real god used the life ability to attack you, you might not be able to block it. But he's only a demigod with no strong rules. All the rules that the Knights of the Holy Spirit has mastered are just the tip of the iceberg. As long as you are careful, you should be able to keep yourself alive. Although the Black Dragon Alexis still looked down on the Knights of the Holy Spirit, he still kept reminding David to be careful. David had no time to talk at this time. The Knights of the Holy Spirit had already appeared in front of him. Both sides stopped at the same time and looked at each other. David saw the Knights of the Holy Spirit holding the level 5 Ironside Bishop in his hand. The Knights of the Holy Spirit put the level 5 Ironside Bishop down. The level 5 Ironside Bishop swayed a few times in the tense atmosphere between David and the Knights of the Holy Spirit before he stabilized himself in space. The Knights of the Holy Spirit had already confirmed David's identity in his heart, but he still asked, "Lord Arthur, the Knights of the Holy Spirit? The Black Knight who betrayed the gods and became an evil god's lackey?" David asked calmly. Among the knights, only one kind of knight would be called the Black Knight. That was the knight who betrayed the faith. Among the knights, even if there was a feud between them, they would not curse each other with the title of Black Knight. David did not know when the title of Black Knight started to spread in the great world of God. But looking at the Knights of the Holy Spirit's expression, he knew that at least the title existed in the era of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The Knights of the Holy Spirit was stunned for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Blasphemy against the holy Knights of the Holy Spirit is blasphemy against my Lord. I will purify you on behalf of my Lord." David felt that his body was surrounded by an unknown energy. This feeling was very familiar to him. This was the Knights of the Holy Spirit activating his territory. He immediately activated his battle mode and put on the Black Knight's armor with the divine weapon Dark Shadow. The 6 divine weapons of the Death Chain danced behind him. With a thought from the Knights of the Holy Spirit, the Holy Flame appeared on David's body. Even the Black Dragon Alexis on David's shoulder had a Holy Flame appear on its own. Due to the effect of the Holy Spirit territory, all enemies within the territory would be attacked by the Knights of the Holy Spirit. Although the Black Dragon Alexis acted like David's pet, the power of the Black Dragon Alexis at the peak of level 5 was not a secret in the eyes of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. Of course, with the power of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, it was far from being able to see the true power of the Black Dragon Alexis. The Knights of the Holy Spirit's idea was simple. No matter what the Black Dragon Alexis was, as long as it was with the evil Lord Arthur, it would also be purified. David had seen the people burned to death by the Holy Flame in Bama City. Only a little ash was left, so when the Knights of the Holy Spirit said purify, he activated the divine weapon of the Death Chain. The Holy Flame was indeed powerful. This divine spell created by the God of War would directly affect the target's body when it was cast. There was no chance for the target to escape at all. David wasn't able to escape the holy light flame either. White flames rose up, but before the holy light flame could burn his body, the 6 Reapers' chains swept past him. Wherever the divine artifact Death God's chains passed, the holy light flames were automatically extinguished. The divine artifact Death God's chains was the weapon of the Death God. It had an extremely powerful suppressive effect against all energy attacks. Needless to say, the holy flame of the war god was completely suppressed by the divine artifact Death God's chains. The white flames disappeared from David's body faster than they appeared. During the whole process, the divine weapon of the death chain only fluttered a little. The level 5 Bishop of Ironside was stunned. There was only one word in his mind: the divine weapon of the death chain in Lord Arthur's hand. Chapter 996. The Knights of the Holy Spirit was also extremely shocked. However, he didn't feel anything about the Reaper's chain. This Reaper had never possessed it before he was controlled by the God of Death. Also, the God of Death's consciousness in the Reaper's chain had long been removed, so the Knights of the Holy Spirit had no way of knowing that it was the God of Death's weapon. The Knights of the Holy Spirit didn't know, but the God of Death in the small world far away knew. The God of Death left a trace of consciousness in the Knights of the Holy Spirit's body to sense his weapon. Even if the weapon didn't have the God of Death's presence, the God of Death was the one who collected the materials and completed the entire process. Naturally, it had a special sensing ability. Kill him and take back the weapon. The God of Death ordered in the soul of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The killing intent in the eyes of the Knights of the Holy Spirit suddenly increased. He looked at David and then at the Black Dragon Alexis on David's shoulder. The Black Dragon Alexis was also attacked by the Holy Flame. David didn't use the Reaper's chain to help it. This wasn't because David was stingy, but because the Black Dragon Alexis was a god. This little bit of flame couldn't even scratch an itch for it. The white flame wrapped around the Black Dragon Alexis. The Black Dragon Alexis shook its body, and the white flame seemed to be strangled by some kind of power. It became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. The Knights of the Holy Spirit's eyes narrowed. He stopped underestimating the Black Dragon Alexis. The Reaper's chain of Lord Arthur was extremely powerful. The Knights of the Holy Spirit felt that he had to give it his all. He didn't want any accidents to happen during this process. You go and deal with the pet on Lord Arthur's shoulder. The Knights of the Holy Spirit turned around and ordered the level 5 Bishop of Ironside. The level 5 Bishop of Ironside glanced at the kitten-like Black Dragon Alexis. He was dissatisfied with the order of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. He wanted to watch a battle of this level. It would be very beneficial for him. However, he was ordered by the Knights of the Holy Spirit to deal with a pet, which made the level 5 Bishop of Ironside feel humiliated. Ironside's 5th-level bishop's eyesight was not good enough. In addition, the holy flames had disappeared one after another. He was not the one who had used them, so he did not know the secret behind them. He thought that Lord Arthur had extinguished them. Little lizard, let me squash you to death. Ironside's 5th-level bishop could not vent his anger on the Knights of the Holy Spirit. He waved his hand at the Black Dragon Alexis on David's shoulder. David felt the Black Dragon Alexis on his shoulder suddenly exerting force. His shoulder could not help but sink. David could not help but feel sad for the level 5 Bishop of Ironside's suicidal behavior. Even though David had signed a master-servant contract with the Black Dragon Alexis, he still maintained the respect he deserved for the Black Dragon Alexis. The Black Dragon Alexis was the last Black Dragon of the Giant Dragons. It was a god-level master. Most importantly, the level 5 Bishop of Ironside used the word lizard to insult it. The Black Dragon Alexis was of course angry. The last time it was angry, it destroyed the satellite that imprisoned it. I want its corpse intact. David only had time to order through the master-servant contract before he felt the weight on his shoulder lighten. After the level 5 Bishop of Ironside's provocative words, he did not know why, but he felt goosebumps all over his body. It was as if he was facing the most powerful predator. He had not felt this way for at least a few hundred years. Then a black shadow flew over. The level 5 Bishop of Ironside instinctively activated a fire shield in front of him. However, the fire shield was useless. The moment the Black Dragon Alexis's tiny claws touched the fire shield was immediately destroyed. The Black Dragon Alexis pounced on the level 5 Bishop of Ironside without any resistance. A level 5 spirit user was suppressed to the pinnacle of level 5 by a god-level Black Dragon. The result was inevitable. The level 5 Bishop of Ironside's neck was turned 360 degrees by the pounce. Even until his death, he did not understand what kind of creature he had offended. The Knights of the Holy Spirit squinted its eyes, and the Holy Spirit realm exploded again. This time, countless lightning bolts fell on David and the Black Dragon Alexis. The Black Dragon Alexis did not care about the lightning. With a slight sweep of its spirit, it put the body of the level 5 Bishop of Ironside into David's space pendant. The violent lightning bolts, each with at least the power of a peak legend, struck the body of the Black Dragon Alexis. The Black Dragon Alexis stretched lazily and flew back to David's shoulder in the Holy Spirit domain where the lightning danced. The lightning with the power of a legendary peak hit David as well. Most of the lightning was blocked by the 6 divine weapons, the Chain of Death. The rest of the lightning hit his body but did not cause any damage. As soon as the lightning struck David's body, it was absorbed by the lightning tattoo in his soul space. David's body trembled slightly. This was the remaining power of the lightning with the power of a legendary peak attack. He finally understood what the Black Dragon Alexis meant by a god's ability to survive. According to the power of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, if it was good at a certain rule and studied it deeply, its attack would have the power of a demigod. Most importantly, from the beginning to the end, the Knights of the Holy Spirit did not have any lightning energy waves on its body. In other words, the lightning attacks it released were completely generated by the power of a god. Perhaps this ability was indeed very comprehensive and could produce a variety of energy attacks, but fundamentally speaking, even if these energy attacks involved the laws, they were not something he could control himself. Seeing that David blocked another one of its attacks, the Knights of the Holy Spirit looked even colder. Although in his heart, he had some scruples about David's power, and even felt threatened by the Black Dragon Alexis on David's shoulder. The order of the God of Death and his obsession to destroy evil made it impossible for him to let go. Space cut. The Knights of the Holy Spirit shouted, and countless space cracks appeared around David's body. David's figure moved through the countless space cuts, occasionally using the space dash to make all the space cuts unable to hit him. At the same time, David also activated his own domain. The blade domain overlapped with the Holy Spirit domain. Countless blades appeared and flew towards the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The Knights of the Holy Spirit felt the power of the blades and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the power of the blades was stronger than that of an ordinary peak legendary, it was not enough to threaten him. Around the Knights of the Holy Spirit body, energy shields appeared. There were flame shields, ice shields, space shields, spirit shields, and so on. His body was protected by energy shields of various colors. David's blade domain continuously attacked the Knights of the Holy Spirit with the blades, but encountered the strongest defense. Every energy shield of the Knights of the Holy Spirit could withstand at least the attacks of an early-stage demigod. David's attacks were not at that level, so even one of the shields would take a long time to break through, let alone multiple shields. The battle fell into an extremely awkward situation. The Knights of the Holy Spirit's Holy Spirit domain could not cause any damage to David, and David's domain could not cause any damage to the Knights of the Holy Spirit either. You are very strong, the strongest legend I have ever seen. But my strongest point is not my domain, but my sword. The Knights of the Holy Spirit, said the Knights of the Holy Spirit, as he took out a level 5 light longsword from his space ring and waved it gently at David. After the Knights of the Holy Spirit killed the 6 level 5 Knights of the Holy Temple, he had already changed his equipment to a level 5 Knights armor and a level 5 light longsword. In his space ring, there were 5 sets of spare equipment. The Knights of the Holy Spirit was confident in his sword because he was a demigod. He had strength and speed that far exceeded that of a legend. He was a knight himself, so when he used his sword in close combat, he could truly reach the power of a high-level demigod. He was not unaware of his own shortcomings. The Holy Spirit domain was very strong, but its attack power was too weak. Its defense, however, could reach the level of a low-level demigod. 10,000 years ago, no matter what kind of opponent the Knights of the Holy Spirit met, he could always use the ability to restrain his opponent. This was the most powerful aspect of the Holy Spirit domain. At least among all the opponents the Knights of the Holy Spirit met before, none of them had the ability to deal with the Holy Spirit domain. Now that the Knights of the Holy Spirit met David, it could be said that he had met his greatest opponent in the Holy Spirit domain. The number of abilities David had was no less than the Holy Spirit domain of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. This allowed David to deal with all of the Knights of the Holy Spirit as attacks. Most importantly, because of the variety of the Holy Spirit domain attacks, the Holy Spirit domain sacrificed its attack power. Of course, this was what the Knights of the Holy Spirit thought. In fact, this was the flaw of the Holy Spirit domain itself. As a living ability of the gods, it did not have many powerful attacks. Against weak opponents, the Holy Spirit domain was invincible, but against powerful enemies, it was not enough. Knight's Charge. The Knights of the Holy Spirit made a standard Knight's Charge move, and his body rushed towards David. David's expression was a little strange. He felt that the Knights of the Holy Spirit had stolen his words. His strongest ability was his sword, the level 5 light longsword on his back. Generally speaking, in a battle between two knights, if one knight used the Knight's Charge, the other would either dodge or use the Knight's Charge. Standing still was the worst choice. The Knight's Charge was a way of attacking by borrowing momentum and increasing the attack power. During the process of the Knight's Charge, the momentum of the knight would also increase. The Knight's Charge also gave the Knight's Charge time to accumulate power. In the final attack, the accumulated power could be combined with the Knight's Charge to deliver the strongest blow. David did not move. He stopped in space, and there was no place for him to borrow momentum. He stared at the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The momentum coming from the Knights of the Holy Spirit was so strong that he could feel the pressure. However, when David turned his mind to the level 5 light longsword on his back, the pressure disappeared instantly. After a long time of nurturing, the level 5 light longsword's spirit and black dragon power were already filled to the brim. It was in the best state to use the Fatal Strike skill. The Knights of the Holy Spirit saw that David did not move, and he was happy. He was worried that David would play hide and seek with him. Kill! The Knights of the Holy Spirit yelled the Knights of the Holy Spirit when he was 50 meters away from David. The level 5 light longsword in his hand carried a terrifying bloodline power, and he slashed at David. When the sword slashed down, it created a lock-on effect. If David did not have the demigod ability, he would not even be able to move. He would only be killed by the sword. David felt his heart skip a beat. The Knights of the Holy Spirit was a demigod, after all. His attack was the strongest attack he had ever encountered outside of the gods. Without any hesitation, his black knight armor disappeared. A crack appeared on the back of the dark shadow, and a pair of white energy wings appeared. David activated the rule of speed from the small world of his soul and transferred a trace of the rule of speed to the main world and activated it. The Knights of the Holy Spirit sword stopped in midair. It was not completely still. Instead, it was moving in extremely slow speed. It was obvious how fast the Knights of the Holy Spirit sword was. David flew to the side of the Knights of the Holy Spirit and immediately transferred the remaining rule of speed back to the small world of his soul. He did not dare to use his strongest attack while the rule of speed was running. Not only would it not cause any damage to the Knights of the Holy Spirit, but it would also cause him to suffer a fatal backlash. The Knights of the Holy Spirit, from the moment the Knight of the Holy Spirit charged to the moment he swung his sword at David. The whole process was under his control. However, when he swung his sword halfway, he realized that David had disappeared. Then the Knights of the Holy Spirit felt a terrifying explosion next to him. A pale golden sword slashed through space and attacked him. It was too late for him to save Abel. This was also because David had voluntarily given up the rule of speed. Otherwise, the Knights of the Holy Spirit would not have been able to react to any of David's moves. In the face of this attack, the Knights of the Holy Spirit could only rely on the multiple energy shields on his body and the level 5 knight armor to protect him. In the past, he wouldn't have had any expectations for the defense of a rank 5 knight's armor. If it wasn't for the fact that a rank 5 knight's armor was more suitable for his status, he wouldn't even wear this armor. The pale golden sword slashed through all the energy shields of the Knights of the Holy Spirit with unparalleled power. These energy shields were all broken in an instant in the face of a sword that was equivalent to the middle stage of the demigod level. Just as the pale golden sword was about to fall on the Knights of the Holy Spirit chest, where the Knights of the Holy Spirit heart was, a dark golden light appeared and blocked the attack. Chapter 997. This was the first time David had truly used the fatal blade strike. He had accumulated the power of the black dragon and the spirit of the 5th rank light longsword, and its might far exceeded that of a normal weapon of the 5th rank. Coupled with the innate ability of a legendary rank, the fatal blade strike, once it was used, it carried its own law of attack. In order to increase the degree of completion of this fatal blade strike, David had even used the law of speed to get close to the Knights of the Holy Spirit to achieve the best result. But he had never imagined that this fatal blade strike, which he had 100% confidence in, would be blocked. What blocked David's fatal blade strike wasn't the Knights of the Holy Spirit, but a life-saving measure left behind by the God of Death. The God of Death had controlled the divine sense to stimulate a trace of divine power. With David's peak legendary rank strength, even if he used the fatal blade strike to increase his attack power, it was still easily blocked by this trace of divine power. Even the 5th rank light longsword in David's hand made a cracking sound. The 5th rank light longsword was covered with cracks, and he felt the weight in his hand lighten. This 5th rank light longsword that had accompanied him for a long time had actually been destroyed. It must be known that this 5th rank light longsword in his hand had been strengthened by him. He had used the means of both a Grandmaster Alchemist and a Grandmaster Blacksmith to strengthen this 5th rank light longsword to the limit of a weapon of the 1st rank. But even so, it was still unable to withstand this collision. In fact, when David used the fatal blade strike, he had overclocked the 5th rank light longsword. The 5th rank light longsword had condensed the power of the black dragon and the spirit of the peak legendary rank, causing the 5th rank light longsword to become extremely weak. Of course, this weakness was relative. If it had been an ordinary enemy, the energy of the 5th rank light longsword would have been released as it cut into the enemy's body. But this fatal blade strike was blocked by the divine power of the God of Death, unable to advance even an inch. The energy within the Class 5 light longsword could not be released. Instead, due to the resistance, the Class 5 light longsword was completely destroyed. Gammy Star, Lord Arthur's territory. The divine power of the Grim Reaper has been detected. The investigation system of the shrine spread throughout the great world of God, immediately discovered the divine power of the Grim Reaper and reported it to the 5 shrines. In the golden tent on Tula's Star, the 5 bishops had also received the report. Damn it! How did the Grim Reaper appear? Bishop McKinley said with an ugly expression. The divine power left in the Knights of the Holy Spirit must have been triggered. Bishop Bolivar of the Shrines of Knowledge said solemnly. His words left the rest of the bishops speechless. They did not know whether to brag about Lord Arthur's strength or lament his bad luck. For the Knights of the Holy Spirit to be forced to use the divine power of the Grim Reaper, it must have been Lord Arthur who had forced the Knights of the Holy Spirit into a desperate situation. The Knights of the Holy Spirit was a demigod who was said to be invincible in the world. For such an existence to be forced into a desperate situation by Lord Arthur, just how powerful was Lord Arthur? Asked the Knight of the Annabala Shrine to go. Bishop Bolivar suggested to Bishop McKinley, "It's no use, we can't teleport to Gammy Star. It'll take a few days to fly from the nearest planet. It's already too late." Bishop McKinley said helplessly as he shook his head. "Try to contact Lord Arthur." Bishop Evans said with a pale face, even though there was no hope. Bishop Evans had not recovered yet, but he still insisted on coming to the meeting. All right, Bishop Bolivar nodded. The 5 bishops knew in their hearts that after the divine power of the Grim Reaper appeared, Lord Arthur's life would be in danger. While they were discussing what happened to Lord Arthur, the battle between David and the Knights of the Holy Spirit continued. At this time, the Knights of the Holy Spirit were only 2 meters away from David. The Knights of the Holy Spirit's eyes were a strange dark red, which gave him an extremely strange feeling. Arthur and Alexis, I've found you. I'll use your souls to make candles, so that you'll be tormented by fire forever. The Knights of the Holy Spirit's voice was completely different from before. It was as harsh as metal rubbing against each other. David felt goosebumps all over his body. He knew who this was. This was the Grim Reaper that he had been carefully avoiding. Although this was not the Grim Reaper's true body, the Grim Reaper controlled the body of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, and the combat power it exerted must be far beyond the combat power of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. Without waiting for David's reply, and without waiting for the Black Dragon Alexis to return to its original state, the Grim Reaper controlled the body of the Knights of the Holy Spirit and swung its sword at David. The dark, golden divine power flashed on the level 5 longsword, and David felt the power of the sword was several times stronger than the Knights of the Holy Spirit's previous attack. David could not move at all, let alone dodge the sword. The distance between David and the Knights of the Holy Spirit was only 2 meters. At this distance, the sword controlled by the Grim Reaper could not be dodged. The Black Dragon Alexis needed at least 1 breath to return to its original state from its kitten form. The Knights of the Holy Spirit, controlled by the Grim Reaper, did not even take 1/10 of a breath. The Black Dragon Alexis regretted. It should not have thought of talking nonsense with the Grim Reaper. It should have just returned to its original state and slapped the Grim Reaper to death. However, the Black Dragon Alexis was relieved. It also gave up the idea of returning to its original state because David closed the white energy feather wings and blocked his body. When David used the energy feather wings to block the attack of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, the 6 divine artifacts, Grim Reaper's chains, flew and entangled the Knights of the Holy Spirit. At a distance of 2 meters, the Knights of the Holy Spirit, controlled by the Grim Reaper, could not dodge the attack of the 6 divine artifacts, the Grim Reaper's chains. The distance was too close. In fact, in a normal battle, at the level of David and the Knights of the Holy Spirit, it was impossible for there to be such a close battle. At such a close distance, life and death would have been determined long ago. If the Grim Reaper did not intervene, the Knights of the Holy Spirit would have been killed by David's sword. It was also because of the 2-meter distance that David and the Knights of the Holy Spirit, controlled by the Grim Reaper, could not dodge each other's attacks. It was equivalent to exchanging attacks. Under normal circumstances, the defense of the demigod body and the legendary body were different. Under such a close attack, especially when the 5th grade light longsword in David's hand was destroyed, the Knights of the Holy Spirit should have the upper hand. However, David had activated the energy feather wings to use the power of the speed rule. For this reason, he even put away the Black Knight armor. At this time, the energy feather wings played a decisive role. The Grim Reaper controlled the Knights of the Holy Spirit and used its divine power to hit the energy feather wings. The divine power was easily deflected by the energy feather wings. Of course, the main reason for this was that the Grim Reaper could use too little divine power. It was enough to deal with David, but it was far from enough to break the energy feather wings. It was not even a threat. In space, this power should have sent David far away, but the 6 divine artifacts, the Grim Reaper's chains, wrapped around the Knights of the Holy Spirit's body at the same time. The Grim Reaper felt that the demigod bloodline power in the Knights of the Holy Spirit's body was instantly silenced. Even the consciousness he left behind was suppressed in the Knights of the Holy Spirit's body and could not be sensed outside of the body. Aggrieved, extremely aggrieved, this was the Grim Reaper's thought. Originally, with the demigod body of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, through the manipulation of the Grim Reaper, his strength could be exerted to the peak of the demigod level. Defeating David would not be a problem. Even if he could not do anything to David, who had the help of the Black Dragon Alexis, it would not be a problem to leave. But the problem was the divine artifact, the Grim Reaper's chains. As a weapon made by the Grim Reaper himself, Restraining the gods was inevitable. David was not strong enough to exert the power of the divine artifact, the Grim Reaper's chains, but the Grim Reaper also could not exert his strength by borrowing the body of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. It would be better if there was a distance. The Knights of the Holy Spirit, controlled by the Grim Reaper, could dodge the divine artifact, the Grim Reaper's chains. But at a distance of 2 meters, it was almost a close combat. How could he dodge? The Black Dragon Alexis looked at the bound Knights of the Holy Spirit and said, "Grim Reaper, I, Alexis, will find you. You must live well and not die prematurely." The Grim Reaper's voice came out of the Knights of the Holy Spirit's mouth, and his voice was getting softer and softer. "You have won this time, but don't be happy too early. You will regret going against the gods." The Grim Reaper's consciousness was completely suppressed by the divine artifact, the Grim Reaper's chains, and the Grim Reaper's remote control was also dispelled. The eyes of the Knights of the Holy Spirit returned to their original state, but his eyes were blank at this time. It seemed that he had not recovered from being controlled. The Grim Reaper's remote control of the Knights of the Holy Spirit was his last resort. The amount of divine power that could be sealed in the Knights of the Holy Spirit was very limited, and the Grim Reaper did not dare to leave too many imprints in the Knights of the Holy Spirit. That would be discovered by the shrines. After activating it once, the imprints left by the Grim Reaper for remote control were almost used up. Of course, the main reason was that the faith of the Knights of the Holy Spirit was too strong. It was so strong that the Grim Reaper could not sign a master-servant contract with him. As a Knight of the God of War, a strong faith was the best contract. The Knights of the Holy Spirit were willing to give up their lives for the God of War at any time. Although the Grim Reaper had deceived the Knights of the Holy Spirit through the soul, it was not omnipotent. Otherwise, the Grim Reaper would have completely turned the Knights of the Holy Spirit into his own puppet. In the end, the Knights of the Holy Spirit was just a defective product or a half-finished product. It was not a true divine spirit puppet. The Grim Reaper also released the Knights of the Holy Spirit, which was still in the process of being modified, to have these weaknesses. David did not care about these. He scanned the space pendant with his spirit, and a level 5 light, long sword appeared in his hand. He did not hesitate and stabbed the Knights of the Holy Spirit's heart. The Knights of the Holy Spirit, who was bound by the Grim Reaper's chain, sensed danger with his knight's danger sense. He instinctively wanted to struggle, but it was all in vain. The terrifying effect of the divine weapon Death Chain had completely sealed the demigod bloodline power within the Saint Spirit Knight's body, as well as his super powerful physique. He couldn't even move his body if he wanted to. David's level 5 light longsword pierced through the level 5 breastplate. When it came into contact with the skin of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, it felt a strong resistance. He truly felt the power of a demigod. Just the defensive power of the skin alone had surpassed the defense of a 5th-tier knight's armor. If a level 5 Temple Knight was here with a level 5 light longsword in his hand, he would not be able to break the skin of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, let alone kill the Knights of the Holy Spirit. And this was the case when the Knights of the Holy Spirit did not use the demigod bloodline in his body to defend himself. If he did, David would probably have to use an attack like the Fatal Strike to hurt the Knights of the Holy Spirit. However, all of the Knights of the Holy Spirit's abilities and energy were sealed by the Grim Reaper's chain. This kind of defenseless state meant that David did not have to wait for a long time to prepare for the Fatal Strike. David's eyes flashed, and the rule of force in the small world of his soul was activated. Then, using part of the small world's mass, his strength suddenly increased. The level 5 light longsword smoothly pierced the body of the Knights of the Holy Spirit and went straight to the heart. The eyes of the Knights of the Holy Spirit suddenly focused. The moment before death, he seemed to have found himself again. "Thank you." The Knights of the Holy Spirit's face relaxed. He felt completely liberated. At the moment of death, the Grim Reaper's deception disappeared. The Knights of the Holy Spirit knew what he had done. For an extremely devout knight, this was unbearable. Perhaps the Knights of the Holy Spirit still wanted his soul to return to the small world of the God of War, where he would be redeemed. Unfortunately, The final dream of the Knights of the Holy Spirit did not come true. After his death, the shadow attendant flew to his body and sucked out his soul. Just as the shadow attendant was about to absorb the soul of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, the black dragon Alexis was one step ahead and sucked away the dark golden light. Master Arthur, this is the Grim Reaper's consciousness. I'm worried that it might be dangerous for the shadow attendant. The black dragon Alexis smacked its lips and said. David shook his head helplessly. He also knew that the Grim Reaper's consciousness was useless to him. On the contrary, it was very useful for the recovery of the soul of the black dragon Alexis, so he did not say anything about the black dragon Alexis's actions. His gaze fell on the corpse of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. His heart was burning. No matter how weak the power of the Knights of the Holy Spirit was, he was still a demigod. If David's power did not reach a breakthrough recently, he would not be able to fight with the Knights of the Holy Spirit, let alone defeat him. Chapter 998. David put away the corpse of the Knights of the Holy Spirit and returned to planet Gammy. As soon as he entered the atmosphere, he received a contact request from Bishop McKinley. Bishop McKinley, are there any unusual movement from the insectoids? David asked as he hovered in the sky. The 5 bishops of the shrines were on planet Tula. It was no wonder that David would ask such a question. Lord Arthur, you're still safe. That's great. Bishop McKinley laughed. After hearing David's voice, Bishop McKinley's worries were swept away. I would also like to thank you for your warning. If it weren't for the information you sent me, I would have made preparations in advance. Otherwise, Gammy Star would have been greatly damaged. When the war is over, I will definitely invite you and the other 4 bishops to Gammy Star as guests. I will treat you with the best food and wine. David also smiled and thanked him. Haha, I really hope the war will end soon. I look forward to your delicious food. Bishop McKinley was drooling at David's words. He paused for a moment and asked, the shrines sense the aura of death. What happened? I ambushed the Knights of the Holy Spirit. When I was about to give him a fatal blow, a force blocked my attack and took the Knights of the Holy Spirit away. David did not tell the truth after some thought. Of course, if David told the truth, it would most likely lead to more trouble. Phew! Bishop McKinley exhaled deeply, dispelling the extreme shock in his heart. Lord Arthur's assassination skills were recognized by the upper echelons of the nobles of shrines. After all, Lord Arthur's most terrifying achievement was to sneak into the midst of 5 billion insectoids and successfully assassinate a legendary-level insectoid before escaping unscathed. Although he was chased to the Guardian planet by the insectoids, the assassination of a legendary-level insectoid was enough to make Lord Arthur the #1 assassin in the great world of God. Previously, the #1 assassin in the great world of God was Bishop Cameron, who used the divine weapon Dark Shadow to run rampant in the great world of God for thousands of years. Bishop Cameron eventually died at the hands of Lord Arthur, and the divine weapon Dark Shadow became Lord Arthur's spoils of war. This was also the reason why Lord Arthur's successful assassination of a legendary tier insectoid was accepted by the powerhouses of the great world of gods, even though it was very strange. The divine artifact Dark Shadow had been used by countless believers of the evil god and had been deified. However, Bishop McKinley did not expect Lord Arthur to almost succeed in assassinating the Knights of the Holy Spirit, who was a demigod. Bishop McKinley calmed himself down and said, the Knight of the Annabelle Temple wants to go to the scene to take a look. Please allow her to use the portal. No problem. The Knight of the Annabelle Temple is welcome. David said without hesitation. After cutting off the connection, Bishop McKinley saw the gazes of the other 4 bishops. Lord Arthur is safe. The Knights of the Holy Spirit were ambushed and heavily injured by him. It should be the divine power that the Grim Reaper left in the Knights of the Holy Spirit that saved the Knights of the Holy Spirit. The Knights of the Holy Spirit escaped from Gammy. Bishop McKinley said in a calm tone. He looked at the expressions of the 4 bishops with some mischievous interest, and as expected, he saw the shock on their faces. Was this still the so-called invincible demigod of the overworld? Of course, the four bishops also thought of another question. Was there anyone in the overworld who could stop Lord Arthur's assassination? How should we deal with this? Bishop Bolivar asked in a low voice. He was naturally asking about how the battle between the Knights of the Holy Spirit and Lord Arthur should be publicized. The news of the Knights of the Holy Spirit massacre was getting more and more out of hand. Naturally, there were believers of evil gods who kept spreading the news, making the identity of the Knights of the Holy Spirit known by more and more people. According to the Shrine's initial thoughts, they did not acknowledge the existence of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. This was not a good way to deal with it, because the Knights of the Holy Spirit would continue to appear and bring great trouble to the great world of God. However, things were different now. The Knights of the Holy Spirit had been defeated and escaped with heavy injuries. The legend of the Knights of the Holy Spirit had also been shattered. As long as the Shrines spread the news of Lord Arthur's victory over the Knights of the Holy Spirit, they would be able to reduce the trust the Knights of the Holy Spirit had in the Shrines to an extremely low level. Isn't Lord Arthur an invincible knight? We can continue to spread the news of his invincibility and spread the news of the Knights of the Holy Spirit as well. We can use the opportunity of the Knights of the Holy Spirit being heavily injured to reduce the impact from before. Bishop Dominic suggested. Agreed, agreed, agreed. Several bishops agreed. This was normal. 3 of them were very close to Lord Arthur, and the other 2 want to have a good relationship with the Lord Arthur. If they objected at this time, the news would definitely reach Lord Arthur. In the Shrines, as long as it was not a major event involving the gods, it would be affected by the network of relationships. David accepted the teleportation request of the Annabelle of the Holy Knight. He stood in front of the planet-level portal and waited for the knight to arrive. The teleportation light flashed, and the figure of the Annabelle of the Holy Knight appeared. As soon as the Annabelle of the Holy Knight appeared, she smiled and looked at David and said, "Lord Arthur, you've become much stronger." Annabella, Knight of the Holy Temple, your strength has also improved a lot, David said with a smile and a bow. This was also true. When David met the Knight of the Annabella Temple through his avatar, he discovered that the strength of the Knight of the Annabella Temple had increased. It was obvious that God's descent was of great help to the Annabelle Temple Knight. Let's not talk about that. Where's the battlefield? Annabella asked, waving her hand. It's in space, about 300 kilometers away from Gammy Star. I'll take you there now. David pointed to the sky and replied, It's so far away. Let's go later. It's already noon. I'll have lunch here before working. The Annabella Temple Knight looked at the sky and changed her mind. Okay, but it won't delay things, right? David said with a smile and made an inviting gesture. What's there to delay? I'm so tired these days. The Knights of the Holy Spirit have been injured by you, and they won't appear for a while. I just happen to have time to rest. The Annabella Temple Knight said indifferently. The Annabella Temple Knight, who had always been lazy, had been very busy recently. The evil god's believers have been constantly creating all kinds of false information, so she had to run back and forth between various planets in the great world of God. When she heard that she was going to Gammy Star, she decided to take a good rest there. The Annabella Temple Knight knew that a demigod who was seriously injured would not recover so easily. The more powerful one was, the more difficult it was to recover once injured. Perhaps there were potions in the shrines that could heal a demigod, but with the identity of the Knights of the Holy Spirit, it was impossible to get a potion to heal a demigod. This greatly reduced the speed of the Knights of the Holy Spirit's recovery. By the way, Lord Arthur, how is the injury you've inflicted on the Knights of the Holy Spirit? This is related to how long I can rest. The Annabella Temple Knight asked as she walked. David saw that the Annabella Temple Knight was worried, so he thought for a moment and replied, He's on the verge of death. The Annabella Temple Knight solemnly bowed to David. Well done. The Knights of the Holy Spirit betrayed my Lord, and now he has finally paid the price. On behalf of the Shrines of War, I would like to express my gratitude to you. David smiled and bowed back. I was just trying to protect myself. I also have to thank the Shrines for providing me with the information that allowed me to set up a trap first. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to succeed so smoothly. The Annabella Temple Knight said hatefully, "It's all the god of death's fault. When we find the small world of the god of death, we'll destroy all the sources of the god of death's belief. We'll destroy the small world of the god of death, and let the god of death sleep forever." David smiled and led the way again, but he was secretly careful. He was on the road to becoming a god, and he wondered if he would become enemies with the shrines of war and the other 4 shrines in the future. He didn't want to see this happen, but he didn't have the right to decide. It depended on the attitude of the shrines and the 5 gods. Lunch was naturally very sumptuous, and David didn't have to do anything. As long as he took out the prepared dishes from the space pendant and the red wine from the castle's underground wine cellar, it would be far better than any banquet. After 2 hours, the Annabella Temple Knight finished her meal. Satisfied, she took 10 bottles of red wine and flew into space with David. There was no reference point in space, but David still accurately brought the Annabella Temple Knight to the location of the battlefield. The Annabella Temple Knight sniffed and said, "The smell of the god of death is very strong." David tried to sniff, but there was no smell in space. His perception had been developed to the extreme, so he couldn't help but look at the Annabella Temple Knight in confusion. The Annabella Temple Knight spread her hands and said, "Don't look at me. I was given a special ability after God's descent. I can sense the smell of evil gods." David couldn't help but look at the black dragon Alexis on his shoulder. He didn't know if the Annabella Temple Knight's ability could detect the existence of the black dragon Alexis. If the Annabella Temple Knight wanted to find it, she would have found it long ago. With the character of the Annabella Temple Knight, she wouldn't have hidden it so deeply. The reason why the Annabella Temple Knight didn't have many scruples in the great world of God was because of her special identity as a level 5 Temple Knight and Oracle. When she encountered enemies that she could deal with them on her own. If there were enemies that she couldn't deal with, the Annabella Temple Knight could God's descent at any time. After God's descent, she didn't care about any enemies. This was the confidence of the Annabella Temple Knight. She didn't need to have any scruples, and she didn't need to compromise with anyone. It's a pity that I can't track the direction of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. Although the Annabella Temple Knight felt that it was a pity, she didn't care at all. After knowing that the Knights of the Holy Spirit was almost killed by Lord Arthur and escaped with the help of the Grim Reaper, she returned to her salty state. The Knights of the Holy Spirit wouldn't appear for at least a few years. It was impossible for the Annabella Temple Knight to track a demigod who was rescued by the Grim Reaper. Even the just shrines couldn't find the approximate location of the Knights of the Holy Spirit through prophecy. This involved the Grim Reaper, an ancient god of the great world of God. He probably escaped in this direction. David pointed in a direction and said to the Annabella Temple Knight, "With the Grim Reaper's cunning, this direction must be wrong." The Annabella Temple Knight shook her head. "Then there's no other way," David said with a smile. He actually wanted to tell the Annabella Temple Knight that the Knights of the Holy Spirit would never appear again. The next time the Knights of the Holy Spirit appeared, it wouldn't be with his original appearance, and his identity would be different. He wouldn't slaughter the great world of God anymore. This time, the Temple Knight Annabella had only come for a routine investigation. After completing the process, she took her leave. A piece of news was passed to the Supreme Council by the Shrines, who announced it to all the nobles through the Noble Affairs Office. According to the Shrines investigation, the real culprit of the many massacres in the city was the demigod puppet resurrected by the Grim Reaper. Currently, the demigod puppet escaped with serious injuries after fighting with Lord Arthur. Anyone who discovers the demigod puppet can report to the nearest Noble Affairs Office. This news caused an uproar in the nobles' circle, and many of them were shocked. The Lytton family now had 2 level 5 Temple Knights. One was Count Ebby, and the other was Arvid level 5 Temple Knight. Count Ebby stayed on Lytton, hiding in a secret residence to direct the family's operations. Arvid level 5 Temple Knight was on Tula and was recruited to participate in the war against the Zerg. Arvid level 5 Temple Knight immediately contacted Count Ebby after hearing the news announced by the shrines. Ebby, have you seen the news announced by the shrines? Arvid, level 5 Temple Knight, asked directly after the communication array was connected. Yes, I have. Count Ebby's voice was full of exhaustion. Lord Arthur was getting stronger and stronger. Even though Lord Arthur could not directly deal with the Lytton family because of the shrine's warning, all the nobles associated with the Lytton family stopped cooperating with the Lytton family. The Lytton family's territory had decreased, and their resources were also insufficient after paying the Doomsday Dusk organization. This caused the family's strength to suffer a great loss. At this time, Count Ebby saw the news announced by the shrines. After seeing that Lord Arthur could fight and seriously injure a demigod, he felt that it was absurd. In fact, the shrines were indeed exaggerating Lord Arthur's strength. This was to reduce the great world of God's fear of demigods. Ebby, how are you going to deal with Lord Arthur? Arvid, level 5 Temple Knight, asked in a deep voice. You have already asked this question. As long as we persist with our previous relationship with the shrines, Lord Arthur will not touch us. Count Ebby replied with dissatisfaction when he heard this question. Chapter 999. Indeed, the reason why the Lytton family was able to survive under Lord Arthur's suppression was because of the Lytton family's old relationship. The relationship between the Lytton family and the upper echelons of the 5 shrines protected the Lytton family. If not for the shrine's warning to Lord Arthur, perhaps the Lytton family would have already been wiped out by Lord Arthur. Count Ebby and Arvid were both clear on this point. Count Ebby still held on to the relationship with the shrines, believing that he could continue to protect the Lytton family. But Arvid was different. He didn't want the Lytton family to completely disappear, just like the other families targeted by Lord Arthur. Originally, Arvid was planning to discuss with Count Ebby how to make peace with Lord Arthur, even if he had to pay a huge price. But Count Ebby's attitude made him lose the idea of continuing the discussion, and he closed the communication array. Arvid was sitting alone in his tent, thinking about the Lytton family's former glory, and thinking about how even their tent was in the outermost area, together with the ordinary nobles. Even among the ordinary nobles, almost no one had much interaction with Arvid's 5th level knight. Being Lord Arthur's enemy, this identity made all the nobles look at Arvid's 5th level knight as if they were looking at a dead man. The nobles all believed that as long as Lord Arthur had killed so many 5th level knights, Lord Arthur would have raised his butcher's knife and gotten rid of the 2 5th level knights of the Lytton family, as well as their families. Arvid, a 5th level temple knight, abruptly stood up, his eyes flashing with determination. He walked out of the tent and headed towards the planetary level portal of Tula City. As a level 5 knight of the temple, although he could not leave the front lines for long periods of time, he was not restricted from handling matters for short periods of time. Arvid's first teleportation destination was the Lytton Star. Unlike Count Ebby, he lived there all year round, while Count Ebby used to stay in the Supreme Council's planet Twinkle. He had only hidden there recently. In addition, Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight deliberately hid his whereabouts. He did not enter through the planetary level portal of Lytton Star, but chose a secret private portal. Unbeknownst to anyone on Lytton Star, the Arvid level 5 Temple Knight returned to Lytton Star. He entered the valley where Count Ebby handled his affairs through the secret underground passage. This underground secret passage was also a backup plan he had left for himself so that he could escape from underground. He did not expect to use it at such a time. Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight silently came to the underground of the valley. He did not use his mental strength to scan, because he knew very well where Count Ebby's main body was. What he had to do was to approach Count Ebby's main body in the most covert way possible. Under normal circumstances, this was an extremely difficult thing to do, because the main body of a level 5 Temple Knight was very sensitive to the surroundings. If he wanted to secretly approach, he would have to have a special innate ability to hide. Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight did not hide his innate ability. What he did was to open a mechanism outside the range of Count Ebby's main body's perception, and a little gas leaked into the room where Count Ebby's main body was. This was done so that when an assassin tried to invade, he could use the mechanism to conceal himself, and at the same time, give the assassin an unexpected attack. Usually, neither Count Ebby nor Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight would take the antidote to this gas. Who is it? Count Ebby's main body heard the sound of the room's door being opened and suddenly asked in alarm. This hidden place was protected by an isolation pattern and was also located underground, so there was almost no possibility of being discovered. Only a member of his family could quietly approach it. "It's me." Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight's voice was heard as he walked in from outside. "How come you've returned?" Count Ebby asked in surprise. But before he could get an answer, a shadow flew out from Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight's body, charging at him. Afterwards, Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight also launched a Knight's charge. With a thought, Count Ebby prepared to equip his level 5 Knight's armor, but just as he thought about it, he felt a burst of dizziness. He immediately understood what was going on. For the sake of this odorless and tasteless gas, the Litton family had invited a great master pharmacist to take action. Just the materials alone required a lot of manpower. Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight was all too familiar with Count Ebby, as familiar as he was with himself. Count Ebby's reaction was also within the calculations of Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight. This gas could only affect Count Ebby for an extremely short period of time, and as long as he used the power of his level 5 bloodline, he would be able to get rid of it. But this instant was enough for Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight's doppelganger to launch the first wave of attacks. The doppelganger rushed in front of Count Ebby, its fist carrying the power of his level 5 bloodline, striking Count Ebby's ribs. The power of his level 5 bloodline that Count Ebby had just mobilized was immediately dispersed by this blow. This was the weakness of the Litton family's Knight's cultivation method. Aside from their own level 5 Temple Knight, no one else knew about it. Under Count Ebby's astonished look, Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight's level 5 light longsword pierced his chest. "What?" Count Ebby used the last of his strength to ask in puzzlement. Count Ebby didn't think that his own family's Temple Knight, his own brother, would launch a sneak attack on him, the head of the family. They were brothers who had grown up together. "If you don't die, the Litton family will be finished." Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight's face was expressionless as he spoke in a deep voice. Count Ebby revealed a look of realization. Before he died, he thought about how he had become enemies with Lord Arthur. He originally didn't have to become enemies with Lord Arthur, but at that time, he was the chairman of the Supreme Council, and Lord Arthur was just a mere level 4 Sky Knight. Who would have thought that Lord Arthur, a small character that he could easily strangle to death, would grow to such an extent in such a short period of time? Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight put Count Ebby's corpse into his space ring. He didn't stop, but went back the way he came and left Litton's planet through the hidden portal again. The other people on Litton's planet didn't know that the head of the Litton family, Count Ebby, was already dead. Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight's second goal was the Guardian Planet. The purpose of coming to the Guardian Planet was to visit Chairman Gould. Chairman Gould felt strange. The Litton family and Lord Arthur's feud was well known in the circle of nobles in the great world of God. Why would this Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight come to visit him, who had such a deep relationship with Lord Arthur? In the meeting room of the Interstellar Federation's underground headquarters, Chairman Gould and Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight met. "Great Chairman Gould." Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight gave an aristocratic salute. Because his aristocratic status was very low after being suppressed many times, the salute he gave was for a lower aristocrat to a higher aristocrat. Knights Templar of Avid. Although Chairman Gould didn't understand the purpose of Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight's visit, he could see the attitude of Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight through this salute. Generally speaking, with Arvid's status as a 5th-ranked Temple Knight, he could perform a Knight salute. No one would say that he was lacking in manners if he used such a salute to Chairman Gould. However, Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight did not use a Knight salute. Instead, he saluted Chairman Gould humbly, which showed his respect. Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight sat sideways on a chair and said humbly, I think Chairman Gould is also aware of the problem between the Lytton family and Lord Arthur. I'm here for that. Knights Templar of Avid. The Supreme Council can't intervene in the feud between you and Lord Arthur. Chairman Gould refused without thinking. I know that you are very close to Lord Arthur. I beg you to pass me a message. This is Abe's body, and this is his space ring. I didn't touch the things inside. This is the proof of ownership of the Lytton Star. I only hope that Lord Arthur can let the Lytton family go and leave the Lytton family alive. Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight put 2 space rings and a proof of ownership on the table and pleaded in a deep voice. Chairman Gould was stunned. He looked at the 2 space rings on the table in disbelief. The familiar pattern allowed him to confirm that one of the space rings was Count Ebby's personal space ring. Count Ebby had been the chairman of the Supreme Council for many years, and many details of his situation had long been studied by many nobles. Although there had been more deaths of knights in the great world of God in recent years, they had either died in war or at the hands of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit, or at the hands of Lord Arthur. Other than that, there had never been any deaths of Temple Knights. At the end of the day, the survival ability of Temple Knights was still very strong, and it was extremely difficult to kill each other at the same level. Most importantly, Count Ebby's combat power was one of the top Temple Knights in the entire great world of God. Now that such a powerful Temple Knight's body was placed in a space ring and sent over as an apology, how could Chairman Gould not be in disbelief? Knights Templar of Avid, I can bring these things to Lord Arthur, but I can't guarantee the outcome, Chairman Gould said with a nod after calming himself down. Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight was overjoyed. He was well aware of the current situation. Although the Lytton family had been maintaining their status before, in fact, it was the recent war that had affected the attention of the nobles. This had allowed the Lytton family to survive until now. If it weren't for Lord Arthur's current reputation, it would have been difficult for the Lytton family to maintain their status. In particular, Lord Arthur had seriously injured the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit, which made Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight lose his last hope. Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight had killed Count Ebby for the survival of the Lytton family. Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight was only asking for a slim chance of survival. He only hoped that Chairman Gould would pass a message, and he wouldn't ask for anything more. In the end, everything still depended on Lord Arthur's attitude. He had done everything he could and could only wait for Lord Arthur's judgment. He didn't have the right to decide this kind of thing. His life and death were in the hands of Lord Arthur. Arvid's level 5 Temple Knight showed a humble smile and bowed. Chairman Gould, I'll have to trouble you with this. David wasn't in the main world at this time. As soon as he returned to planet Gammy, he entered the death space of the Divine Items space card. In the death space, the Blade Mantis King, the Assassin Mantis King, the Sonic Boom Iron Beetle, and the Assassin Mantis Puppet were moving around. David's spirit swept through the space pendant and first focused on the corpse of Ironside's level 5 bishop. With a move of his spirit, the twisted head of Ironside's level 5 bishop was forcibly straightened. The body of this level 5 bishop of Ironside hadn't been modified much. It still maintained its human form, but there were many tattoos on the skin other than the face. These tattoos contained an extremely strange energy that could slow down the aging of the level 5 bishop of Ironside's body. This was how Bishop Ironside extended his lifespan. It was no wonder that his body did not suffer from the side effects of extending his lifespan. Instead, he was in an inhuman state like most level 5 bishops. David injected an undying life force into the level 5 bishop of Ironside's body to activate the remaining life force in his body. He then summoned the shadow attendant to absorb the level 5 bishop of Ironside's level 5 soul origin. After transforming it into David's soul double, he injected it into the level 5 bishop of Ironside's body. The level 5 bishop of Ironside's body was burning with flames. David was shocked, but he soon realized that this was just a natural reaction of a level 5 bishop of Ironside. As the flames appeared, the body of flame pattern appeared in the level 5 bishop of Ironside's soul. David connected his spirit to the body of flame pattern and realized that the level 5 bishop of Ironside's ability to fire was not just because he believed in the god of fire. It was also because the level 5 bishop of Ironside had the body of flame talent ability, which was the most powerful talent ability of all fire talents. The reason why David resurrected the level 5 bishop of Ironside was not because of the power of a level 5 bishop of Ironside. Instead, it was because he was preparing for the next space coordinate. A resurrected level 5 temple knight could move around openly in the great world of God. This was equivalent to strengthening David's great world of God. Although a level 5 bishop who could be resurrected could not show up publicly, he was also David's soul double, so he could guard the space coordinate for him. Currently, he had 2 space coordinates. One was in the safe spot of the Zerg world, which was guarded by the Soul Brain Bug King's soul double. The second one was 500 meters underground in Kami Planet, guarded by the level 5 bishop of Gershwin. He planned to let the level 5 bishop of Ironside guard the 3rd space coordinate. As for the location of the 3rd space coordinate, he was still thinking about it. Chapter 1000. David transferred the soul energy he obtained this time to the Black Dragon Alexis to help the Black Dragon Alexis recover its strength. This time, there was a demigod's soul energy. The Black Dragon Alexis had also absorbed the god of death consciousness, so it had gained a lot. While the Black Dragon Alexis was enjoying the soul energy to heal its injured soul, David focused on the body of the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit. After killing the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, David immediately put the body into the dimensional pendant and used the dimensional pendant's time-stop effect to maintain the body's state. Based on his previous experience, David injected a strand of undying life force into the body of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. What surprised him was that this strand of undying life force only made the body of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit active for a while before falling silent again. Is the body of a demigod so special? David couldn't help but mumble to himself. To heal a demigod, the amount of undying life force needed must be increased by more than 10 times. The Black Dragon Alexis said, not forgetting to pay attention to David as it absorbed the soul energy. David didn't care about the amount of undying life force as long as it was effective. Undying life force was extremely precious to other gods, but to Sui Xiong, as long as he kept absorbing energy, he could produce an endless amount of undying life force. David increased the amount of undying life force injected into the body of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. It was as if balls of fire had been injected into the body of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit, igniting the dead body. In fact, the method he used was something that other gods wouldn't try even if they knew about it. The value of so much undying life force was even more precious than the value of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. For gods who could basically ignore time, as long as they wanted to, they could completely cultivate a new demigod. David placed one hand on the chest of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. As he gently pressed down, a bolt of lightning entered the heart of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. The heart that had just been repaired was stimulated by the lightning, and it immediately started beating again. His blood began to flow again, and the power of his bloodline began to circulate in his body automatically. It circulated automatically in a special way, and even the space in his heart opened at the same time. In front of David, the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit was no different from the previous demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit, except for the fact that he did not have a soul. All of his injuries, including his energy, had recovered to its peak. Of course, this wasn't entirely due to the effects of the indestructible life force. It was more due to the recovery ability of the demigod physique. When the body's injuries were completely healed, the body automatically began to cultivate, and the power of the demigod bloodline automatically circulated in his body. David shook his head. Demigods were really scary. The recovery speed of the bloodline power almost guaranteed that the demigod would be able to last in a battle. Even if the demigod used all of his power of the demigod bloodline, the body that automatically cultivated would be able to replenish the power of the demigod bloodline in time. David did not continue to study the body of the demigod. He had plenty of time to do so in the future. He found the origin of the demigod's soul in the shadow attendant's body. It was a dark gold, semi-solid object. In the dark gold, semi-solid object, there were faint patterns that appeared and disappeared. As the patterns were not completely displayed, David could not see what the patterns were. Just as the dark gold, semi-solid demigod's soul origin entered David's soul space, the demigod's soul origin emitted a dark gold light that blocked the golden light emitted by the 142 soul avatars. The demigod's soul origin had an instinctive defense mechanism. Even in such a state, it still maintained a certain level of defense. Just as David was about to use his mind to forcefully suppress the demigod's soul origin, the two God Spirit crystals emitted two white lights that hit the demigod's soul origin. The dark gold light immediately dispersed. Using this opportunity, the 142 golden lights were successfully connected to the demigod's soul origin. With the help of the two God Spirit crystals, the demigod's soul origin could no longer resist and was slowly assimilated. When the demigod's soul origin was completely assimilated and became David's new doppelganger, he was a little hesitant. This was because the thinking speed of the demigod's soul doppelganger was comparable to the thinking speed of 100 level 5 doppelgangers. However, after seeing the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, David decided to resurrect the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit. He was not lacking in thinking speed. If he wanted, he could continue to kill level 5 Zergs to increase the number of level 5 doppelgangers he had. As for the demigod soul doppelgangers, he would not have another chance. If he missed this chance, he did not know when the next one would come. David guided the demigod's soul doppelganger into the body of the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit. The demigod's soul doppelganger was the soul of the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit. The compatibility was 100%, and the fusion was very smooth. The demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, had been revived, but he had also lost the strange sense of holiness. He had turned into a normal human. At most, the demigod aura gave him the aura of a powerful being. However, the sense of holiness was no longer there. After the demigod soul doppelganger entered the body of the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, a sliver of holiness rose from the body of the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, and became stronger. David looked at the holiness and could not help but frown. Originally, he wanted to change the appearance of the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, so that the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, could change his identity. However, no matter how the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, in front of him changed his appearance, as long as people saw the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, they would not pay attention to his appearance. Instead, they would be attracted by the holiness of his aura. This was to tell others that he was the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit. They had the same demigod power and the same sense of holiness. No one would mistake the Knights of the Holy Spirit for the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit. While David was thinking, a pattern appeared in his demigod soul doppelganger. It appeared and was not being controlled through the body. This made David feel very strange. Previously, he had resurrected some corpses with special abilities. The souls of those corpses had extracted the original talent ability from the resurrected body and formed a new talent ability pattern. However, the demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, was different. This pattern was originally in the demigod soul doppelganger. Black Dragon Alexis explained, "This is the talent ability pattern directly imprinted on the souls of the Knights of the Holy Spirit. This way, even if the Knights of the Holy Spirit dies and their souls return to the side of the god, they can continue to use their talent ability and become a god's combat power. Why doesn't the god do the same for other believers? Wouldn't that give them more combat power?" David asked, puzzled. He thought of the 100 black divine servants with level 5 soul origins he encountered in the small world of the god of plagues, Gladstone. Those black divine servants obviously did not have any special talent ability and could not use the power of a level 5 soul origin. They could only be used as normal combat power. Black Dragon Alexis explained calmly. Imprinting the talent ability pattern into the soul requires divine power. Normal souls are not worth the god's effort. Also, even if the Knights of the Holy Spirit is not captured by the Grim Reaper, he will not become a true god. The god he believes in imprinted the talent ability pattern into his soul, which means that he will only become a member of the small world of the gods, not a god. David nodded. He agreed with what Black Dragon Alexis said. Among the 5 gods of the great world of God, no matter which god it was, they would not allow a new god to appear. This could be confirmed by the fact that other than the 5 gods in the great world of God, there were no other recognized gods. The rest of the gods were defined as evil gods and were despised and hunted down by everyone in the great world of God. While they were talking, the pattern finally stabilized completely. David connected his mind to it. This pattern was called the Holy Spirit domain pattern. David let out a long sigh of relief. Being able to have a domain talent ability meant that the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit had retained most of his combat power. He began to research this Holy Spirit domain and discovered that this domain was based on the Holy Word Law, and the Holy Word Law was an extremely unique nomological ability. If one wanted to make spatial abilities appear in the Holy Spirit domain, one only needed to issue a spatial command through the Holy Word Law, and they would be able to indirectly control spatial abilities. It was the same for other types of energy. The Holy Word Law could simulate most types of energy control commands. Of course, the flaw of the Holy Word Law was very obvious, and that was the problem of power. When the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit unleashed the Holy Spirit domain, the strongest rule attack was only at the peak of the legendary rank. Although there were many variations, the weakness in power was also fatal. It was no wonder that Black Dragon Alexis had evaluated this rule ability as a god's daily life ability. Its power was only at the level of a god's daily life ability. I'm too greedy, David laughed inwardly. To be able to have a demigod-level avatar at the peak of the legendary rank, and one with many variations at that, what was there not to be satisfied with? David focused his mind on the soul of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. He controlled the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit to try to activate the Holy Spirit domain. Everything within 10 kilometers was within his control. Of course, this wasn't the true spiritual range of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. However, because the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit had just been resurrected, his soul still needed some time to recover. With a thought, David made countless fireballs appear within 10 kilometers of him. With another thought, the fireballs disappeared and turned into countless icicles. The various types of energy attacks around him were constantly changing. If he had the support of intelligence, as long as he knew the details of the enemy, the Holy Spirit domain could completely adjust the attack to the best type of energy to counter the enemy. With the status of the shrines in the great world of God, it wasn't difficult for the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit to obtain detailed information about the enemy. It was no wonder that the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit could use the Holy Spirit domain to sweep across the main world of the great world of God and clear out countless evil God believers. The demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit reached out his hand, and a level 5 light longsword appeared in his hand. David tried to use the sword, but he realized that without the support of the sword skill pattern, he could only use the body of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit at the Grandmaster level. The sword skill talent was different from other talents. It was a talent that David learned after many battles based on his own knowledge of the sword. Therefore, David tried to copy all the knowledge of the sword skill from his original body into the soul of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. This sword skill knowledge included Grandmaster level sword skills, as well as all the knowledge to break through the barrier of the sword skill and make it a rule talent ability. The demigod, Knights of the Holy Spirit, sat quietly on the ground and recalled the day when he broke through the barrier of the sword skill barrier. Without any barrier, the sword skill pattern appeared in his demigod's soul space without him noticing. David's eyes flickered. He seemed to have found a way to replicate his swordsmanship. His swordsmanship was so strong that it was his strongest melee attack apart from the Fatal Strike, which was a law attack with the power of a single strike. The biggest weakness of the Fatal Strike talent ability was that it could only be used once. When dealing with many enemies after the strongest attack, it could not be used again. On the other hand, the innate ability of sword arts could be continuously used. Every sword strike was a fatal strike. Although its might was slightly weaker than the Fatal Strike, it could still be used to deal with opponents of the same level of battle prowess. All this time, David had been worried about the strength of the resurrected Knight. It should be known that even if he controlled the Knight clones, he could not use much attack power. This accidental attempt allowed him to copy the sword skill talent ability to each of his clones. David was a little greedy and tried to copy other talents, but he found that it was impossible. Knowledge could be copied, but if it could not be formed into a talent ability pattern, it could not be used. David concluded that this sword skill talent ability was a talent ability that he had comprehended himself. His soul clones could use the same comprehension to turn the knowledge into a talent ability pattern. As for the talents that were obtained directly, there was no comprehension process. It was only the result, so the talent ability could not be copied. Unless he could grasp the talent ability to the same level as the sword skill talent ability and comprehend every detail of the talent ability 100%, he might be able to copy those talents. In 13 different tents on the Guardian planet, 13 5th level Knight sat down. David used the soul connection to copy the sword skill knowledge one by one. After a while, a sword skill pattern appeared in the soul space of each of the 13 5th level Knight. Chapter 1001. The demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit was flying in the death dimension. David wasn't as excited as he had imagined. It was still far from the demigod avatar he had imagined. Of course, it wasn't because of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit's combat power. With the Holy Spirit realm and the natural talent of swordsmanship, he was extremely powerful in both close and long-range combat. Not to mention the fact that demigods had very little data, it was extremely difficult for them to meet an opponent of the same level. Even if they did meet an opponent of the same level, they could suppress other demigods to a certain extent by relying on their demigod-level defense and their swordsmanship talent ability in close combat. Not to mention low-level opponents. David wasn't satisfied with the holy aura of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. The transcendent aura that couldn't be concealed made the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit easily recognizable. David had originally wanted the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit to conceal himself and blend into the circle of knights of the great world of God. Alexis, is there a way to conceal the holy aura of the Knights of the Holy Spirit? David had no choice but to ask Black Dragon Alexis after a few experiments. Lord Arthur, this holy aura comes from the Holy Spirit realm. The Holy Spirit realm is the ability of a demigod to forcibly control a deity. Even if it's a living ability, it can't be perfectly controlled. The aura that leaks out is the holy aura, and it can't be concealed. Black Dragon Alexis replied. David gave up on concealing the holy aura of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit and asked, "How's the recovery of your soul?" In order to heal the Black Dragon Alexis, he had even given the soul energy of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit to the Black Dragon Alexis. The soul energy of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit had greatly improved David. If it wasn't for the possible threat of a deity, he would never have given it to the Black Dragon Alexis to heal his soul. My soul has mostly recovered. If the Grim Reaper appears in his true form, I look forward to fighting him. Black Dragon Alexis said proudly with anticipation. Ever since the Grim Reaper had discovered their tracks, David and the Black Dragon Alexis no longer cared about mentioning the Grim Reaper's name. Of course, the most important reason for this was the increase in David's strength and the recovery of Alexa's strength. This made them less wary of the Grim Reaper. What if you go up against any of the 5 deities? David continued to ask. The black dragon Alexis naturally knew which 5 deities David was asking about. The 5 deities were, of course, the god of earth, the god of war, the god of justice, the god of wealth, and the god of knowledge, who ruled the great world of God. The black dragon Alexis's arrogance suddenly disappeared. No matter how arrogant he would not underestimate the 5 deities who ruled over a world. Not to mention, the black dragon Alexis had indirectly seen the god of war in action through David's perception. He had a certain understanding of the god of war's combat power. It was precisely because of this understanding that the black dragon Alexis understood the power of the god of war. As long as you don't go near the shrines, I can protect your safety. Black dragon Alexis thought for a while and did not boast. Instead, he spoke the truth. David nodded. This was similar to what he had guessed. The 5 deities could not enter the main world with their divine bodies. The 5 deities were all deities who had become deities through faith. After entering the main world, their divine bodies would be suppressed by the main world, and there was a risk of death. On the other hand, the black dragon Alexis was a deity who relied on his physical body. He would not be affected much in the main world unless he went to another main world. The 2 types of deities were natural opposites, and this created an irreconcilable contradiction. Deities who had become deities through faith needed faith to maintain everything about themselves, including the operation of the small world and the movement of their divine bodies. This type of deity's lifespan was almost unlimited. Deities who were born as deities needed a large amount of resources to improve their divine bodies. In the process, they had to continuously exploit the other creatures in the main world. This touched the foundation of the deities who believed in faith. The end of the ancient dragon era was a conflict between the 2 types of deities. Both types of deities needed to control the main world. In the end, the deities who believed in faith with unlimited lifespan united the other creatures in the main world that had been exploited by the dragons and drove the dragons away from the great world of God. The black dragon Alexis knew very well that every shrines could allow the deities who believed in them to display terrifying combat power. In the past, the dragons had been suppressed by the shrines to the point that they no longer had any space to live. Now, the black dragon Alexis only needed to protect David. Naturally, he did not have many scruples. He just needed to stay away from shrines. As for the divine emissaries, with the divine power that the divine emissaries could withstand, they could not pose any threat to the black dragon Alexis at all. David's heart calmed down a little. His strength had increased very quickly, but he was still unable to keep up with the strength of the opponents that he constantly encountered. Now that he had a direct enmity with the Grim Reaper, he might even be noticed by the 5 deities of the great world of God. He only hoped that this day would come as soon as possible. Shadow attendant, come here. David stretched out his hand, and the shadow attendant appeared beside him. He pressed his hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder. The light balls of knowledge that he had obtained this time were simple. There were only 2 of them. David glanced at them and focused his attention on the light ball that the level 5 Bishop of Ironside had left behind. Body of Flame, talent. This was the main talent ability of the level 5 Bishop of Ironside. As expected, it was extracted from the soul energy of the bishop by the shadow attendant. This talent was, of course, very powerful, but it was of little value to David. Even with the Body of Flame talent ability, it could not increase his strength. This level 5 talent ability had very little effect on increasing his strength. At most, the Body of Flame talent could increase his fire attack. However, compared to the purple fire control talent ability, the Body of Flame talent ability did not have any advantage. The Body of Flame talent ability was not even as powerful as the purple fire control talent ability. This was the difference between the energy talent ability of humans and the energy talent ability of the Zerg. Generally speaking, at the same level, The energy talent ability of the Zerg could crush the energy talent ability of humans. Therefore, David only glanced at it and put the body of flame talent away. He did not absorb it. David focused his attention on the second light ball of knowledge. This was the talent ability of the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. It was also the first demigod talent ability that David had obtained. Holy Spirit Realm Demigod Talent. When David saw the name of the light ball of knowledge, he could not help but feel excited. Although it was easy for him to deal with the Holy Spirit Realm attack in the battle with the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit, it was based on the fact that he had mastered a large number of talent abilities, so he did not have any weakness in any of his energy talents. Among all the experts that David had met, other than the gods, no one else had multiple energy talents. At most, 2 energy talents were the limit. Master Arthur, it's best that you don't absorb this Holy Spirit Realm talent. The Black Dragon Alexis reminder sounded in the master-servant contract. In order to make it easier for the Black Dragon Alexis to observe the state of David's body, David had been opening his senses to the Black Dragon Alexis so that the Black Dragon Alexis could monitor any changes in David's body. Through the master-servant contract formed by the sacred text, David could completely trust the Black Dragon Alexis. Why? The Holy Spirit Realm should be helpful for me to master the rules, right? David was a little reluctant to give up the Holy Spirit Realm, a demigod domain ability, and asked in confusion. David was currently at the peak of the legendary rank, which was a maximum range that the Holy Spirit Realm could unleash. It could become his most powerful attack at the moment, replacing the Blade Realm that he was currently using. The Holy Spirit Realm can indeed increase your understanding of the rules, but this understanding is superficial. It's best that you don't learn this kind of life rule ability right now. It will greatly affect your understanding of the rule of strength and rule of speed. Besides, I don't think you want to have the same holy aura as the Knights of the Holy Spirit, right? The Black Dragon Alexis explained. David glanced at the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit standing beside him. That godlike aura was not bad if it could be retracted and released, but it was like a big light bulb shining on him all the time, and he could not stand it. Not to mention the origin of this holy aura. It was hard to say. With this holy aura, he would probably be targeted by the 5 great shrines as soon as he appeared. David also trusted the Black Dragon Alexis judgment. Since it would not benefit him, it was better not to learn it. If you really want to learn it, you have to wait until you master the rule of strength and rule of speed and form a new domain to become a demigod. Only then can you learn the Holy Spirit Realm to enrich your combat skills. Of course, it's hard to say if you'll still be interested in the Holy Spirit Realm by then. The Black Dragon Alexis continued with a smile. From the Black Dragon Alexis' point of view, once David mastered the rule of strength and rule of speed to form a domain, how could he be interested in the Holy Spirit Realm that was only at the peak of the legendary rank? Once the basic rule domain was formed, it would be invincible among the demigods. Just like in the previous battle, when David used the rule of speed, the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit could not defend against David's close-range attacks at all. Or rather, his defense was not enough. It should be said that he could not even detect David's presence. From this, one could see how terrifying the basic rules were. The rule of speed and the fatal strike were a perfect match. Although they could not be used at the same time, it was enough to allow the fatal strike to have the best explosive range. Forget it, I'll put away the 2 knowledge balls I got this time. We'll talk about it later. David said as his hand left the shadow attendant's shoulder. He also brought the shrunken Black Dragon Alexis and the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit out of the death space and returned to planet Gammy. David brought the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit to the castle's treatment room, where the Interstellar Federation's genetic repair pod was placed. No matter how holy the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit was, David was prepared to give the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit a makeover. In order to match the holy aura, David prepared an extremely handsome face for the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. In addition, the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit had a very good face. When the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit came out of the genetic repair pod, David was a little surprised by his own design. David thought for a moment and took off the divine artifact Dark Shadow from his body and gave it to the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. The artifact Dark Shadow was indeed very good, but this artifact was designed by the god of shadows for the leader of the shadow cult. It was extremely useful for level 5 powerhouses, and even some legendaries had good effects. However, David's strength had already reached the peak of the legendary rank, so the divine artifact Dark Shadow had long lost its effectiveness. In addition, this divine artifact had a lot of restrictions, so he rarely used the shadow ability of the divine artifact. Not to mention the divine artifact Dark Shadow. In fact, all of David's equipment did not match his strength. From a knight's armor to the light longsword, they were all level 5 equipment. Perhaps for other knights, level 5 knight equipment was already the peak of knight equipment, but for David, it was far from enough. Just like this battle, after David used the Fatal Strike talent ability and clashed with the divine power of the God of Death on the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit, the level 5 light longsword was directly destroyed. If he didn't react quickly and use the divine artifact Death Chain to bind the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit, he would have been in an extremely passive situation after losing the light longsword. The demigod knights of the Holy Spirit wore the divine artifact Dark Shadow on his body. Since his soul was David's soul doppelganger, the divine artifact Knights of the Holy Spirit didn't need to recognize a new owner. The demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit activated the shadow ability of the divine artifact Dark Shadow. Then, his body rushed forward and entered David's shadow. His figure disappeared from sight and entered the shadow space of David's shadow. This was David's choice. He thought about how to carry the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit with him. Normally, the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit could stay in the shadow space and make a sudden move when necessary. With the demigod's strength and speed, coupled with David's sword talent ability, no one in the great world of God could stop him. It would be even more convenient if there was a space battle. In space, the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit could leave David's shadow. This was because in space, the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit could enter and exit the shadow space at any time. Of course, the most important thing was that the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit had an unstoppable divine aura. He could hide it by going into the shadow space. This was also a helpless move. In a battle at David's level, it was impossible to summon a helper from a space item in time unless it was summoned in advance. Through this method, the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit could assist David at any time. Chapter 1002. David's consciousness entered the soul of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. You want to take a closer look at the differences between a demigod and a legendary. First, the physique. The flesh of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit was highly compatible with the demigod bloodline power. Almost every bit of flesh contained the power of the demigod bloodline. This allowed the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit to gain the protection of the demigod bloodline power without having to activate the power of the demigod bloodline. At the same time, this level of compatibility with the demigod bloodline power greatly increased the power of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. To a certain extent, the body of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit could be seen as a semi-energy body. The second thing was the soul. In a short period of time, the demigod soul was constantly absorbing energy from the surroundings to recover the soul energy in the soul. After a short period of recovery, the range of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit's consciousness was steadily increasing. It was now more than 50 kilometers, and it was still increasing at an extremely fast speed. David was sure that the range of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit's consciousness was not weaker than his. This was tested during the battle. However, the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit needed time to recover his soul energy. David then paid attention to the heart sea space of the demigod Holy Spirit Knight. His consciousness entered the heart sea space, and he saw the almost completely solidified interior of the heart sea space. Although it was solidified, the demigod bloodline power was still rotating. The closer to the center, the stronger the bloodline power was. It was so strong that David felt his scalp tingle when he looked at it. This was the first time David saw a knight of the Holy Spirit's power. David had already changed his bloodline and practiced the Black Dragon Slumber and the Insectoid's Emperor Inheritance rune. He was no longer a knight. If it wasn't for the fact that David still had a space in his heart sea and had converted a small amount of his bloodline power into the space in his heart sea, saving it for when necessary, his identity as a knight would have been lost long ago. David was very curious about how a knight could be so powerful. After he became a level 5 knight of the Holy Temple, his knight training had almost reached its limit. In terms of training, level 5 was the peak of a knight. The demigod knights of the Holy Spirit had obviously broken the shackle. David first checked the bloodline of the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. In the spine of the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit, he saw the bloodline origin of the knights of the Holy Spirit. This is the Golden Dragon bloodline, and it's the ultimate Golden Dragon bloodline origin. David exclaimed. The Golden Dragon bloodline was one of the giant dragon bloodlines. The current Hopkinson family was the inheritor of the Golden Dragon bloodline. However, this was the first time David had seen the ultimate Golden Dragon bloodline origin outside of his knight avatar. Although David's 13 knight of the Holy Temple all had the ultimate Black Dragon bloodline origin, he had used the indestructible life force to transform them. The indestructible life force was precious. In the eyes of the gods, a level 5 knight of the Holy Temple was not worth a drop of indestructible life force. David couldn't help but admire the talent of the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. It was no wonder that he could become a demigod knight. Just as David was observing the Golden Dragon bloodline power of the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit, he made an unexpected discovery. David was very experienced in the study of the knight's bloodline power. He had obtained many bloodline power training methods from the top nobles. On this basis, the Black Dragon Alexis combined the Black Dragon breathing technique with the Giant Dragon's training method. In David's opinion, this was the top knight's training method. However, the knight's training method of the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit gave David a sense of perfection. The knight's training method that was automatically running in the body of the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit flowed through almost every part of the knight's body. At the same time, the bloodline power was constantly being compressed. In terms of efficiency and effect, it was far superior to other knights' training methods. Even the Black Dragon breathing technique modified by the Black Dragon Alexis could not be compared to the knight's training method used by the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. Alexis, look at this training method, David said to the Black Dragon Alexis. Perfect. This should be the most suitable training method for the knight class when it was created. Although this training method is only suitable for people with dragon bloodlines, why do all the knights' training methods seem to be incomplete? The Black Dragon Alexis said, somewhat puzzled. If there had been a lapse in inheritance, there might have been a situation where the knight's training method was missing. However, in the great world of God, the knight class had always been the most powerful class in the world. No other class could compare to it. The knight class had always been the dominant class. So why was the perfect knight's training method that could still be seen in the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit 10,000 years ago, but not in the present day? David had met all the top nobles, and had also met many Knight Templars with dragon bloodlines, but he had never seen such a perfect knight's training method. He believed that if this perfect knight's training method was spread, it could even give knights a chance to break through to the legendary rank on their own. Maybe the gods don't want knights to be too powerful, David said, shaking his head helplessly. That was the only possibility. The 5 gods could have realized at some point in history that knights could not be too powerful, so they restricted all the knights' training methods. Perhaps when the knight's training method was spread, only a very small number of knights had mastered the perfect knight's training method. Those knights were controlled by the shrines. When the gods did not want the perfect knight's training method to appear, those knights and their inheritance disappeared. After sorting out the perfect knight's training method, David received a teleportation request from Chairman Gould. David immediately approved the request and flew to the planet-level teleportation gate himself. Chairman Gould, what brings you here? Is everything all right on the Guardian planet? If there's anything, you can contact me through the communication circle. David smiled and bowed. The Interstellar Federation's investigation methods are very good. General Gould promised that the insectoids would not attack for at least half a day. I used this time to come and talk to you about something, Chairman Gould said after returning the bow. David knew about the Guardian planet's situation. There were 13 of his Temper Knight clones there. The Guardian planet had been constantly reinforced by the Interstellar Federation, and it had become a strategic fortress with the Guardian planet as its center. It would not be easy to take down this strategic fortress with almost 100,000 warships and a large number of powerful knights working together. Then let's rest in the castle. It's almost time. I'll prepare dinner for you, David invited with a smile. No, although there's half a day, I can't leave the Guardian planet for too long. There are a lot of things to do there. Chairman Gould declined with a wave of his hand. The current situation was that the shrines were defending Tula, while the Supreme Council was represented by Chairman Gould. He led a group of knights and the Interstellar Federation to defend the Guardian planet. To a certain extent, this was a competition between the Supreme Council and the shrines. Chairman Gould had the ambition to make the nobles stronger in the great world of God. Hence, he wanted to show the Supreme Council's ability and role in this war to everyone in the great world of God. Then what's the matter that made you take time out of your busy schedule to come here? David asked curiously. This is Count Ebby's corpse, and this is his space ring. This is the certificate of ownership of the Lytton Star, Chairman Gould said as he handed the 2 space rings and a certificate of ownership to David. David was really shocked. Count Ebby was nothing to him. He was just a small bug that he could crush easily. Due to the warning of the shrines, he did not go and find trouble with the Lytton family for the time being. However, that did not mean that Count Ebby's life was worthless. Count Ebby was the former chairman. Even though he had been stripped of many honors and titles, and even his status as a top aristocrat, his status as a 5th-level knight and former chairman was enough to make the shrines and nobles not want him to be killed. It was because once Count Ebby was killed, the impact would be too great. The murder of a former chairman was enough to be recorded in the history books of the great world of God. That was the outcome that the shrines did not want to see. They had warned David not to kill Count Ebby partly because of the relationship between the Lytton family and some of the higher-ups of the shrines, but mostly because of their pride. Now that Count Ebby's corpse was right in front of David, how could he not be shocked? Chairman Gould, this won't cause you any trouble, will it? David took the space ring and the documents. He scanned through one of the space rings and saw Count Ebby's corpse. He could not help but ask, "You misunderstand. I don't have the ability to kill Count Ebby." No matter what, Count Ebby was still a top existence among the 5th-level knights. It was the Knights Templar of Avid who sent Count Ebby's corpse and these gifts as compensation. He hoped that you would let the Lytton family off, Chairman Gould said while waving his hands. Although Chairman Gould's strength was not bad, he did not have the confidence to kill Count Ebby. Without the encirclement of many 5th-level knights, it would be very difficult to kill Count Ebby, who was one of the strongest 5th-level knights. Only the 5th-level Arvid Knight, who knew Count Ebby like the back of his hand, could easily assassinate him. Knights Templar of Avid? David thought for a moment and remembered who it was. He then sighed. The Knights Templar of Avid is really ruthless. He actually killed Count Ebby to protect himself. Yes, he is also very decisive. He sent Count Ebby's corpse over without any prior communication with me, Chairman Gould said with a nod. Do you have any suggestions? David looked at Chairman Gould and asked. Since Chairman Gould had stepped forward to make peace, David naturally would not directly refuse. He needed to know Chairman Gould's attitude. I'm just passing on a message. The fate of the Lytton family is up to you to decide, Chairman Gould said with a wave of his hand. David pondered for a moment. To be honest, he did not care about the so-called Lytton family at all. Not to mention the fact that the Lytton family had now lost Count Ebby and Lytton Star. Even the Lytton family which was the strongest among the top nobles, was nothing to him now. His vision had long surpassed the level of top nobles and Knights Templar Knight. Instead, he was considering the relationship with demigods and gods. Please tell the Knights Templar of Avid that I accept his compensation. I will send someone to take over Litten Star. I will also announce through the Supreme Council that I have resolved the conflict with the Litten family peacefully. David decided after some thought. Since he did not care about the fact that Arvid was a level 5 Knights Templar Knight and the Litten family, he might as well let the Litten family go. This was because Chairman Gould was the one who mediated. Although Chairman Gould said that he did not need to care about his opinion, David needed to give face to Chairman Gould and let the nobles see the influence of Chairman Gould. Being able to influence the powerful, invincible knight, Lord Arthur, over such a matter of life and death would greatly increase Chairman Gould's influence. Lord Arthur, thank you. Chairman Gould looked at David with a smile and bowed solemnly. He was not thanking Arvid, a level 5 Knights Templar Knight, but for himself. He knew very well why David had let the Litten family go. Chairman Gould came to mediate because he did not want David to have any conflicts with the shrines because of the Litten family. Chairman Gould also did not care about the Litten family. Arvid's level 5 Knights Templar Knights plea was not the reason, but to help David. There's no need for this between us. These are the dishes for dinner. If you don't have time to eat here, take them back. David took out an empty dimension ring, put some dishes in it, and threw it to Chairman Gould. Then I won't be polite. Chairman Gould laughed and put it away. He did not stay any longer and turned around to return to the Guardian planet through the planet-level portal. David checked the dimension ring as he flew. Count Ebby's dimension ring contained Count Ebby's equipment, all of which were top-notch level 5 knight equipment. In addition, there were 10 perfect-grade Krypton crystals, dozens of Litten family heritage books, and so on. It could be seen that Arvid, a level 5 Knights Templar Knight, did not touch the dimension ring. It was very likely that he did not even check it. This was a kind of attitude. David took another look at Count Ebby's corpse. He had a lot of experience in this regard, and he could tell at a glance that Count Ebby had been put into the dimension ring right after he was killed. This was proven by the fact that there was still some activity in Count Ebby's corpse that had not disappeared. It was a pity that David had not killed Count Ebby with his own hands, so he did not obtain Count Ebby's level 5 soul origin. This meant that if David wanted to revive Count Ebby, he would have to consume a level 5 soul clone. At the same time, it was very likely that Count Ebby's own innate ability would not appear, because the soul and body were not compatible enough. Of course, this was not a big problem. After being able to copy the innate ability of swordsmanship, any level 5 Templar Knight's clone would be able to master the innate ability of swordsmanship, and their battle power would soar to the legendary rank. Chapter 1003. David still paid the price of a soul avatar to revive Count Ebby's corpse, turning it into his 14th night of the Temple Avatar. As for Count Ebby's energy avatar, it would take a long time to slowly condense it again. David continued to practice controlling the rule of strength and rule of speed on planet Gammy. During this time, the insectoids of the Chaos Interstellar Sector, the Great World of God, and the Interstellar Federation had a few more wars, but the scale was not large. The war was in a relatively stable state, which allowed David to cultivate in peace. In the Interstellar Federation's Volgo Interstellar Sector's Mamu City, a grand interstellar war promotion concert had just ended. This concert invited many famous singers of the Federation, and the Queen of Pop, Emma, was one of them. Your performance today was amazing. You outshone all the other singers. Lucia, the manager, praised Emma with a smile. Emma was very indifferent. In these 2 years, her fame had been growing, and she had successfully established herself as a top singer. She had received too many praises, so much so that she had long since gotten used to it. However, Emma did not have anything to be proud of, because she knew that no matter how good she was compared to David, she was still too far behind. Federation War God, General David's reputation had not been affected by the lack of news for more than a year. Thinking of this, Emma's face could not help but reveal a sweet smile. Lucia, the manager, shook her head somewhat helplessly. However, she also understood that the reason why Emma had been able to develop so smoothly in the past 2 years was partly because of Emma's singing skills, but on a deeper level, it was also because of David's background, which had protected Emma from any troubles. A lot of people who paid attention to Emma actually knew that the song that made Emma famous, My Heart Will Go On, was composed by the legendary General David. However, in these 2 years, General David had not seen Emma even once, and even rarely used the identity bracelet to leave messages, which made Lucia very worried. "Be careful," female bodyguard Leona shouted in a deep voice. They had just walked out of the concert hall when Leona noticed that something was wrong around them. In the midst of the cheering crowd, 4 figures flew out from 4 different directions, completing the transcendent armor in the air. Although they were facing 4 transcendent, the 2 female bodyguards Leona and Nora did not retreat. They also put on the armor, at the same time, exoskeleton armor to protect them, while also blocking Emma behind them. Determination flashed in the eyes of Leona and Nora's eyes. Even if it was death, they would die in front of Emma. In fact, in the face of 4 transcendent, what they could do was extremely limited. Just as the 4 transcendent flew up, another 4 transcendent flew up, also putting on the transcendent armor in the air, but they blocked in front of the 4 transcendent. "Protect the young lady," the 4 transcendents said in unison. They were revealing their identities, not wanting to cause any misunderstandings on Emma's side. In a short period of time, the 8 transcendent in the air confronted each other. The surrounding crowd reacted, screaming and running to the side. No one would have thought that there would be 4 transcendents trying to assassinate the Queen of Heaven Emma during a concert. Even more so, no one would have thought that the Queen of Heaven Emma would have 4 transcendents protecting her. It should be known that any one of the transcendent status far exceeded that of Queen Emma, and no matter how famous Queen Emma was, she should not have offended 4 transcendent, causing 4 transcendent to take action at the same time. "Who are you people?" "Miss Emma is under the protection of the Tordo Fund," a transcendent sternly said. The Tordo Fund was a super financial group even in the Interstellar Federation, and with General David as its backer, it had a share of the transactions between Warstar and the Great World of God, pushing the Tordo Fund's development on the fast track. As for why the Tordo Fund had sent a transcendent to protect Emma, and why 4 transcendent had been sent at once, even the Tordo Fund headquarters did not necessarily have so many transcendent. This was not difficult to guess. Only one person had such authority. Emma's eyes flashed with happiness. As a member of a high-ranking official's family, she naturally knew how powerful the transcendent was. For such a powerful and respected existence to be sent to protect her meant that David valued her greatly. The Tordo Fund can't protect Miss Emma. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way. We're only inviting Miss Emma as a guest. The transcendent on the other side indifferently said. 20 Kaji wearing exoskeleton armor emerged from the running crowd. Their exoskeleton armor and weapons were all top class, and their auras indicated that they were all elite Kaji. The 4 transcendent members of the Tordo Fund all frowned. They were not afraid of a battle. It would not be easy to defeat them in a direct confrontation, let alone kill them. However, their mission was to protect Emma. In this chaotic situation where the enemy had the advantage in strength, it was very difficult for them to guarantee Emma's safety. "We've received orders from the Sir to protect Miss Emma." Before the 20 elite Kaji moved, 2 transcendent members flew out of a hover car parked not far away and said, "Protect Miss Emma." 2 transcendent members also flew out from a nearby building and shouted. They all stood in front of Emma. Although they did not have the advantage in numbers, anyone could see that it was impossible for the enemy to kidnap the Queen of Heaven Emma. The 8 transcendent members protecting Emma nodded to each other. Of course, they knew of each other's existence. They had never interacted with each other before, but because they had the same goal, they all tacitly agreed to each other's existence. "Retreat," The Transcendent on the other side saw that the situation was not right and waved his hand decisively. The 4 Transcendent members and the 20 elite Kaji quickly retreated and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Although the 8 Transcendent members had the absolute advantage, they did not pursue. They deeply knew that their main mission was to protect the Queen of Heaven Emma. As for the identities of the 5 Transcendent members and the 20 elite Kaji members, it was impossible for them to escape detection. Please ask Miss Emma to leave planet Meimu immediately. It's not safe here. The Transcendent who spoke previously said to the Queen of Heaven Emma. Thank you, sirs. We will leave now. The agent Lucia thanked them. A hover car flew over and carried Emma and the others. The 8 Transcendent members looked at each other and then split into 3 groups and followed behind in 3 separate hover cars. They had already been exposed and did not hide their tracks anymore. They openly protected the Queen of Heaven Emma. This was a Transcendent that belonged to 3 different organizations. They were the Tordo Fund, which had 4 Transcendent members protecting them. The Kerr Intelligence Organization had 2 Transcendent members protecting them. The other was the Great World of God's Intelligence Organization in the Federation, which also had 2 Transcendent members protecting them. Although David was not in the Interstellar Federation, his influence in the Federation was not weak at all. The impact of this incident was huge. The Queen of Heaven Emma's reputation in the Interstellar Federation was huge. In addition, there were as many as 12 Transcendent members who appeared during the kidnapping incident. This made the incident even more bizarre. Of course, the Federation's intelligence department also began to take action and investigate this incident. Many of the upper echelons of the Federation knew that a storm was about to descend. Perhaps many people had forgotten David's accomplishments, but the upper echelons of the Federation would not forget. There were many things that did not require evidence. Every faction that offended David ended up being completely wiped out, and one could see just how vengeful David was. Not to mention that someone had actually tried to kidnap David's girlfriend. Given David's personality, his revenge would come very quickly. 10 minutes after the kidnapping incident, David, who was on planet Gammy in the Great World of God, received a contact request from Warstar. David saw that it was Viscount Devold, the manager of the Warstar Intelligence Organization, who had contacted him, and he found it rather strange. It had to be known that Viscount Devold would not contact him unless there was something important. Very few people had the authority to connect to his Lord communication array, and those who had this authority were all people of extremely high status in the Great World of God. Viscount Devold would normally only send information to David's Lord communication array at regular intervals, not to disturb David. Viscount Devold was David's subordinate, and this was no secret on Warstar or even in the Great World of God. Even his promotion had been obtained through David using his own merit points. Viscount Devold had now reached a position where he did not have a very high position in Warstar, but his authority was immense. Viscount Devold, what's the matter? David directly asked after connecting. My lord, Miss Emma, whom you asked me to protect, has just been attacked. 4 Transcendent and 20 Kaji elites wanted to kidnap Miss Emma, but the Transcendent you arranged scared them away. Viscount Devold respectfully reported. Lord Arthur had arranged for the world of God's intelligence to protect Emma. This was clearly an extremely personal action, but Viscount Devold had no complaints. Instead, he had used the greatest effort the intelligence organization had in the Federation to send 2 Transcendent elites. It had to be known that the intelligence organization did not have many experts that they could send out in the open. In the Interstellar Federation, any knight who took action would be targeted by the Federation's intelligence organization. It would not be easy for the world of God's intelligence to deal with the Transcendent elites, but Viscount Devold had still carried out the operation without a care. In Viscount Devold's mind, even if he had to sacrifice the entire intelligence organization, he had to ensure that Lord Arthur's orders were carried out. No one understood more than him just how powerful Lord Arthur was. His strength was not just in terms of martial prowess. His clearly youthful body meant that Lord Arthur had a hidden ability. Whether it was for power, glory, or even his life, he would firmly cling on a Lord Arthur's thigh. "Have you found out who did it?" David asked in a low voice. He couldn't help but inwardly rejoice at his early preparations when he heard this news. "We're still investigating. We'll have a result soon," Viscount Devold confidently replied. It had to be known that this was not just the investigation of Viscount Devold's intelligence organization. The Tordo Fund, the Kerr Intelligence Organization, the military, and the government's intelligence organizations were all investigating. As long as any one of them had a result, Viscount Devold would receive the news. Viscount Devold had intelligence personnel in both the military and the government's intelligence organizations. As for the Tordo Fund and the Kerr Intelligence Organization, they would regularly pass on information to Lord Arthur through Viscount Devold. This intelligence channel was personally managed by Viscount Devold. "I'll immediately head to Warstar. Prepare a ship for me to smuggle in," David sternly ordered. "Yes, my lord." Viscount Devold's pupils constricted as he loudly replied. Viscount Devold disconnected the communication channel, and a look of shock flashed through his eyes. He had always guessed that Lord Arthur had some sort of identity in the Interstellar Federation. In truth, through the various orders Lord Arthur had given to the Federation, he had guessed that Lord Arthur had another identity in the Interstellar Federation. It was just that he had only guessed before, but now he was almost certain. If Viscount Devold learned of this news, and it spread to the Interstellar Federation, the entire Federation would probably go crazy. However, Viscount Devold would not do that. Instead, he needed to erase as many clues as possible for Lord Arthur, so that Lord Arthur's identity in the Federation would be even more secretive. Who would have thought that the Federation god of war and the Invincible Knight would be the same person? Viscount Devold muttered in an extremely low voice. Viscount Devold was a professional intelligence officer. He had been in charge of intelligence organizations for many years. David did not even try to hide it from him, so he naturally would have noticed. Perhaps in Viscount Devold's eyes, this information was extremely important to Lord Arthur, but Viscount Devold had underestimated Lord Arthur's strength. When one reached Lord Arthur's level of strength, these mundane matters were no longer in his eyes. If it wasn't for Emma, David would not even care about the development of his own businesses in the Federation. Perhaps he would not even care if these businesses were suppressed by others. David arrived at the great world of God's safe spot, 500 meters underground. He left his Lord Contact Circle here and let Gershwin's Level 5 Bishop clone operate it. He was going to the Interstellar Federation. After entering the Interstellar Federation, the Lord Contact Circle would no longer work. If there were any important matters to contact him, he would not be able to know. After leaving the Lord Contact Circle on planet Gamma, David summoned the Silver Pterosaur. The Silver Pterosaur used its invisibility talent ability to bring him into the planet-level portal. When he reappeared, David was already inside the mid-sized portal on the Guardian planet. Since this was a temporary mid-sized portal, there were only 4 Sky Knights guarding it. Of course, they did not notice David's arrival. Even the Federation's detection equipment did not detect David's presence. This was mainly due to the Silver Pterosaur's invisibility talent. It was not the usual optical invisibility. Instead, it could enter a special spatial layer and achieve true concealment. The Federation's detection equipment that could detect David were all aimed at the front lines on the large warships. There was no such equipment here. This made it very easy for David to sneak in. He drove the Silver Pterosaur into space and followed the Federation supply lines to reach the boundary between the great world of God and the Warstar. The Silver Pterosaur passed through a spatial layer, and David arrived at the outer space of the Warstar. He could see the planet from here. Chapter 1004. Looking at the Warstar from space, David had no intention of entering it. After all, he was already at the peak of the legendary rank, and he had the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit in his shadow. On his shoulder was the god-ranked black dragon Alexis. If this combination entered the Warstar, it would probably cause the energy of the Warstar to go berserk and even cause it to collapse. David's mind shifted, and he entered the soul of Gershwin's level 5 bishop avatar in the great world of God's safe point. He controlled Gershwin's avatar to send a message to Viscount Devold. Viscount Devold had already arranged for a smuggling route after David had given the order. Smuggling was very difficult at the moment, and the Federation's warships had practically sealed off the space around the Warstar. Fortunately, the world of God's intelligence had its own secret channels. Viscount Devold sent a set of coordinates, and David flew over according to these coordinates. David saw a medium-sized transport ship. This was a commercial transport ship, and any commercial transport ship that could appear here was not simple. Because this was near the Warstar, there were no other resources besides the resources of the Warstar. Moreover, they were close to the Warstar, within the range of the war zone, where they could encounter the insectoids at any time. The risk was very high, and ordinary commercial transport ships could not possibly come here. David naturally believed in Viscount Devold. He deactivated his stealth when he was not too far away from the transport ship, and at the same time, he put away the silver pterosaur. The doors of the transport ship opened, and David flew in without hesitation. "Please follow me," a crew member said to David. The crew member ignored the fact that David could travel through space without any space survival equipment, and he led David into the interior of the ship. David found that there were only 10-odd crew members on this transport ship, and they were all busy with their own tasks. They did not react to his entry at all. He didn't pay much attention to the relationship between this medium-sized transport spaceship and the intelligence organization. Under the guidance of the crew member, he came to a room. The crew member closed the door and left. David sat in the cabin while the shadow attendant flew into space and observed the situation. When the medium-sized transport ship flew toward the Interstellar Federation, he felt a sense of homesickness. The last time he came to the Interstellar Federation, he returned with the strength of a level 4 Sky Knight. Now that his strength had reached the peak of the legendary rank, his status was even more different than before. This time, when he returned to the Interstellar Federation, dealing with Emma was only one of the reasons. Another important thing was to arrange the third space coordinate. This way, David could return to the Interstellar Federation at any time in the future, and he wouldn't have to spend so much effort to sneak in. David did not dare to use stealth to pass through the Federation's sealed area. As a researcher for the Federation, he naturally knew that the Federation had the ability to detect stealth in the spatial layer. Of course, this sort of scanning device was very large and required a lot of energy, so it would only be installed in large battleships and important checkpoints. From Warstar to the Interstellar Federation space, this sort of scanning device had to be installed. Otherwise, the insectoids with their special stealth abilities would have already snuck into the Federation. David did not want to test out the doomsday line formed by 10 artificial planets. It was said that even gods could not block that attack, and he did not want to become a target. This medium-sized transport ship seemed to have some sort of special background. When it passed through the Federation's first blockade, it was not reprimanded at all, nor was it inspected. When it truly entered the Interstellar Federation's airspace, David immediately felt an intense pressure. It was not just David's main body. The demigod knights of the Holy Spirit, hiding in his shadow, felt an even stronger pressure. The demigod knights of the Holy Spirit was instantly weakened by more than half. With a thought, David immediately put the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit into the death dimension of the divine artifact space card. "Lord Arthur, put me into the death dimension as well. It's too uncomfortable here," the Black Dragon Alexis requested. The Black Dragon Alexis was suppressed even more severely than the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit, and it did not want to stay in this environment forever. David also put the Black Dragon Alexis into the Divine Artifact space card. The God of Death's Divine Artifact space card was indeed a special artifact that could completely isolate the suppression of the world's rules. Of course, David himself could not enter the Divine Artifact space card. He quietly felt the suppression from the Interstellar Federation's world. He had entered the Zerg world before. Compared to the suppression of the Zerg world's rules, the suppression of the Interstellar Federation's world rules was at least 10 times stronger. David finally understood why the Interstellar Federation was able to resist gods and prevent the Zerg race and the great world of God from invading. Among the three worlds, the Interstellar Federation was the weakest. Other than the space weapons that could threaten gods, the Interstellar Federation did not have any real gods. Whether it was the great world of God or the Zerg race, there were gods. Below the gods, there were existences that far surpassed the strength of the Interstellar Federation. Without the strong suppression of the world's rules, it was estimated that the Interstellar Federation would not be able to defeat a god just by relying on space weapons. David was only at the peak of a legendary rank, but under the suppression of the world's rules, his strength dropped to the level beyond the peak of level 5. David had always been curious. It was not impossible for the strong beings of the great world of God to enter the Interstellar Federation. Just like him, it was possible to enter through some means. However, in the history of the great world of God, almost no one above level 5 was willing to enter the Interstellar Federation. He found a reason with his own experience. The stronger one was, the stronger the suppression of the Interstellar Federation's world rules would be. This was a disaster for any strong being. In a situation where one's strength could not be fully unleashed, as long as a few strong beings surrounded and attacked one, there was a possibility of death. In his own world, no matter how many strong beings there were, they would not be of much use. It was like a peak legendary rank facing a group of level 5 experts. As long as the domain was activated, no matter how many level 5 experts there were, the result would be the same. However, in the Interstellar Federation, the range and power of the domain were greatly reduced, losing the threat it should have. David tested his innate abilities and found that almost all of his energy-related innate abilities had been greatly affected. The last time he went to the Interstellar Federation, he was only level 4 and did not feel much suppression. Now, he felt the malice of the world. To be honest, this made David very uncomfortable. He was a member of the Interstellar Federation, but now he was hated by his own world. Fortunately, David found that his swordsmanship talent was not affected. His fatal strike was also greatly suppressed, and it was not as useful as his swordsmanship. David tried to use the death chain again. The suppression of the world's rules slowed down the movement of the death chain by a lot, and it lost half of its power. He shook his head. The suppression of combat power was indeed uncomfortable, especially for someone like him who had just grasped a powerful combat power. David was bored in the room. The medium-sized transport spaceship was not fast. After passing through the Federation's defense line, it would take a few days to reach the nearest planet. He could only keep trying his various abilities, trying to get used to the suppression of the world's rules. David also understood that even if his strength was suppressed by the world's rules, he was still an invincible existence in the Interstellar Federation. The strongest in the Federation, the Transcendent, could not even withstand a scan of his mind, let alone an attack. What he did was just to get rid of the boredom of the journey. He did not want to find a way to break the suppression of the world's rules. David had never even thought of such an unrealistic idea. How could he, a black dragon at the peak of a legendary rank, solve a problem that even the gods could not solve? Didn't you see that the black dragon Alexis actively hid in the death space of the divine space card to avoid the suppression of the world's rules? However, something that David did not expect happened. When he tried to open the white energy wings on his back, he found that the suppression of the world's rules had disappeared. David waved his arms in disbelief, trying to feel if it was an illusion. The suppression of the world's rules was a self-protection produced by a world to protect itself. As long as there was no world's rule imprint of the same level, it would be suppressed by the world's rules corresponding to its level. It was the suppression of the world's rules that gave the native creatures a chance to fight against the invaders. This was a natural environmental advantage. Because he was in the cabin could not withstand too much power, so David carefully compressed the range of his attack to the space in front of him so that it would not affect the spaceship. He punched out, and a surge of power surged in his body. He was very sure that he was not suppressed by the world's rules. In fact, David's actions were a little redundant. Whether or not he was suppressed by the world's rules, the feeling in his body would tell him directly. However, David could not believe that the energy wings had such an effect. He felt the effect of the energy wings. On his body, there was an extra thin layer of energy. It was this thin layer of energy that allowed him to easily withstand the effects of the speed rule. It was also this thin layer of energy that allowed him to avoid the suppression of the world's rules. David did not want to be enemies with the Interstellar Federation, but the feeling of his combat power not being restricted made him feel very safe. At least in the Interstellar Federation, even if he encountered space weapons, he still had the ability to attack and escape. Of course, the protection of the energy wings could only be used on his body. His off-body attacks would still be suppressed by the world's rules. Just as the energy wings protected David and prevented him from being suppressed by the world's rules, his senses also recovered to their peak state. He had a strange feeling, as if there was a bloodline that was very close to him. This was not the feeling of an ordinary family member, but the feeling of a part of his body being separated. However, David was 100% sure that there was not a single part of his body being separated, and that strong bloodline feeling was not just a little, but a lot. Alexis, what's with this feeling? David contacted Black Dragon Alexis through the master-servant contract and asked, "Do you have a descendant?" Black Dragon Alexis asked after sensing for a while. "No, I've been focusing on training." David shook his head. "That's strange. You should be sensing the existence of a life form with your bloodline." Black Dragon Alexis was also a little confused as he replied, "I can roughly sense the direction. I'll find out after I investigate it." David said in a deep voice. The strength of a life form allowed them to instinctively sense life forms connected to their bloodline. Although David did not understand what was going on, it was definitely related to him. David's return to the Interstellar Federation this time had one more thing to investigate. Under the protection of the energy wings, his mind was extremely clear. He even had a feeling that the existence of this life form with his bloodline might be related to the attack on Emma. "We've arrived at the Guardian planet. I'll take you away." The same crew member knocked on David's cabin door and said in a deep voice. David, who had put away his energy wings, nodded and followed the crew member out of the room. They passed through the cabin and came to the cabin door. Throughout the entire process, not a single crew member on the medium-sized transport spaceship looked at him. He knew that these crew members had undergone strict training and belonged to a certain faction. That was why they were so disciplined. Without saying a word, David flew out of the cabin door, and the medium-sized transport spaceship sped away. The Guardian planet was a planet David was very familiar with. He had lived and fought on it for a period of time. He had spent part of his few years as a student there. He stood in space, and his face began to change, returning to David's original appearance. He had also changed into a military combat uniform. His rank as a major general made this military combat uniform stand out from the rest. David also added a transcendent armor to the military combat uniform. After thinking for a while, he activated the spirit forging metal body technique and did his best to restrain the Black Dragon power. With his peak legendary level physique, the low-level spirit forging metal body technique produced traces of transcendent power. These traces of transcendent power were much stronger than normal transcendent power. David did not dare to cultivate for too long. He only cultivated for an hour before stopping. The transcendent power he had cultivated this time was enough for him to disguise himself as a transcendent. The transcendent power in his body had long been devoured by the many modifications he had undergone. After doing all that, David flew towards the Guardian planet. As soon as he entered the atmosphere, a drone locked onto him. David activated the identity bracelet on his wrist that belonged to Major General David. The drone immediately stopped locking onto him, but news of David's appearance on the Guardian planet had reached the military. Chapter 1005. Just as he continued to fly towards the ground, a contact request came through. David hadn't activated the contact request yet. Someone who could forcefully contact him at this time couldn't be an ordinary person. David floated in the air and looked at the bracelet on his wrist. He realized that it was Grand Marshal Andre who was contacting him. "General David, why didn't you return to the military's recruitment?" Grand Marshal Andre questioned as soon as he picked up the call. Grand Marshal Andre was very depressed. The Federation god of war he promoted should have been the first to enter the battlefield. This would have made it easier for the military to promote the war. However, he couldn't contact David no matter how many times he tried. This made Grand Marshal Andre feel very helpless. Grand Marshal Andre paid special attention to David's news. There was a special intelligence team dealing with David's news. As soon as David was discovered by the drone, the intelligence team reported this to Grand Marshal Andre. "I was in seclusion a while ago. I didn't pay attention to anything else," David replied with a smile. Grand Marshal Andre's tone wasn't good. If they weren't close, he wouldn't have used such a tone. With Grand Marshal Andre's status, a direct order from him would make David lose his status as a general. He might even become a fugitive from the federal military because he refused to be recruited. "If Emma wasn't attacked, I'm afraid you wouldn't have appeared, right?" Grand Marshal Andre said coldly. "It was a coincidence. I received the news as soon as I came out of seclusion." David replied a little embarrassedly. "You have to pay attention to Emma. The news I received might have something to do with the Institute of Immortality. Everyone there is crazy," Grand Marshal Andre said in a deep voice. David could feel the deep concern in Grand Marshal Andre's words. He was also very curious about the Institute of Immortality. An organization that Grand Marshal Andre valued was probably not that simple, but David had no impression of it at all. Grand Marshal Andre told David all this because he owed him a huge favor. The world of God's intelligence and David's own current intelligence organization had not received any information. "Thank you, Grand Marshal. I will be careful." David thanked him sincerely. "All right, I'll give you 10 days. After 10 days, you must return to the army no matter what. I need you to appear on the battlefield and boost the morale of the soldiers of the Federation as the Federation's god of war." Grand Marshal Andre snapped. "As you command," David replied loudly. Of course, David was not worried about anything. He could return to the Interstellar Federation at any time after setting up the next space coordinate in the Interstellar Federation. As for participating in the Battle of the Interstellar Federation, he only needed to send a doppelganger. There was no need for his main body to participate. With the strength of a level 5 doppelganger, he was an invincible existence in the Federation. Of course, there were still some operational difficulties, such as how to hide the presence of a level 5 Knight of the Temple and only reveal the presence of a Transcendent. After cutting off the connection, David flew towards the ground. At the entrance of the First College of Iridia, a few students who were preparing to go out and fight saw the figure in the sky. Their eyes flashed with curiosity and admiration. A Transcendent wearing the Transcendent armor was an honorable existence anywhere in the Federation. The students of the First College of Iridia were all elites in their 3rd and 4th years. They were the pillars of the Federation and were favored by the heavens. Among them, there was a high possibility that there would be a Transcendent in the future, but that was only in the future. The difficulty of becoming a Transcendent was too high. Now, they only had envy. David landed at the entrance of the base and stopped a student. "Student, is Principal Kenny here?" he asked with a smile. The student who was stopped saw the Major General's rank and the face on the school's wall of honor. He was so excited that he could not speak. "David!" Without waiting for the student to speak, a figure appeared from the base and shouted in surprise. "Teacher Leo, long time no see." David turned around and saw Master Leo. He happily greeted him. "I should call you General, haha," Master Leo said with a laugh. He turned around and waved at the students who were attracted to him. "Go do your things." When the students heard Master Leo's words, they quickly dispersed. However, they left very slowly, as if they wanted to see their legendary senior, the Federation's god of war, General David. "Teacher Leo, no matter what, I will always be your student," David said with a smile. Master Leo had helped David a lot during his school days. He respected this heavy axe master very much. Let's go, we'll talk inside the base. When Master Leo heard David's words, he was also very excited. With a student like this, he would have no regrets in his life. Walking into the base, David looked at the familiar surroundings. If he had not been recruited by the military to participate in the war, he might still be here today. It's been 2 years. I didn't expect you to become a transcendent. Master Leo said as he looked at the transcendent armor on David's body. David could only smile. The transcendent that was not attractive in his eyes was a height that Master Leo could never reach in his life. At this moment, a team of Kaji passed by. David looked at them and stopped. David, Mike shouted in surprise. Call him General David. Mikhail reminded Mike as he patted him lightly. Just call me David. I thought I wouldn't be able to see my classmates in the base. I didn't expect to see you guys here. David said with a smile as he walked up and patted Mike's shoulder. Normally, only juniors and seniors could come to the base. Perhaps there were a few second-year elites who had the opportunity to come here for training. David had left the base for almost 3 years. The students who were with him in the base had all graduated. 5 of the 6 Kaji in front of him were the top 5 geniuses in their class when they entered the first college of Iridia. They were going to form a team of Kaji with David to form the strongest battle team in their grade in the first college of Iridia. It was a pity that David's rate of improvement was simply too fast, so fast that the other 5 geniuses were unable to keep up with David's rate of improvement. This group of soldiers had only been in school for a few short months before disbanding. They were all students after all. Even if they came from good families, they did not have the mindset of an adult. After hearing David's words, the atmosphere became relaxed again. David, you're already a transcendent? Mike said enviously as he touched the transcendent armor. Mike, you guys work hard. Becoming a transcendent won't be a problem. David encouraged with a smile. Of course, we're geniuses second only to you. Evelyn said as she waved her hand. I'm waiting for you guys to become a transcendent, so we can form a team together. David said with a smile. Meeting with his 5 classmates put David in a good mood. He temporarily forgot about his worries and troubles. This kind of friendship was irreplaceable. Only in front of his classmates did he truly feel like a peer. Whether it was David from the Interstellar Federation or Lord Arthur from the great world of God, due to his noble status, he had almost no friends of the same age. Those who could truly become friends with him were either powerful or held high positions. Only now did David feel like a normal student again. However, he could not stay for long. After chatting with his 5 classmates for a while, he hurriedly said goodbye. Master Leo brought David to Vice Principal Kenny's office. Vice Principal Kenny had already received the news and was standing at the door to welcome David. After some small talk, Vice Principal Kenny brought David into the office. Vice Principal Kenny, I came here this time to borrow the school's personal portal. Is that okay? David asked with some embarrassment. No problem. According to the normal student status, you should be in your 4th year at the school. Using the personal portal is within the rules. Vice Principal Kenny agreed without hesitation. The personal portal could only be used by staff and students of the first college of Iridia. It could not be lent to outsiders. This was to prevent people from using the school's personal portal to illegally teleport and bring the Zergs into the Federation's peaceful areas. Although there were rules, it depended on who it was. David was the pride of the first college of Iridia. Ever since David became the Federation's god of war, the first college of Iridia had become the first choice of many geniuses. David had almost wiped out the Transcendent and level 3 Zergs with Kaji strength. Now that David had become a Transcendent, he was even more powerful. How could the first college of Iridia reject David's request? This is a little something from me. Please use it to support the growth of a genius student. David smiled as he took out a dimensional bracer and handed it over. David did not give out the dimensional bracer before making his request because he did not want his donation to become a transaction. He also did not want these resources to affect the school's decision. Then I'll have to thank you on behalf of your juniors. Vice Principal Kenny smiled as he took the dimensional bracer. However, when he checked the dimensional bracer, his expression changed slightly. He looked at David with surprise. The dimensional bracer had a total of 5 cubic meters of space. This was extremely rare even in the Interstellar Federation. The value of this dimensional bracer was unimaginable. There was only one item in the dimensional bracer. The 5 cubic meters were filled with level 4 materials. Vice Principal Kenny was very clear that David's level 4 materials were not for students. Students were also not allowed to use level 4 materials. That would not be a good thing. Instead, it would be a disaster. They would be targeted by people with bad intentions. This was prepared for the teachers and transcendent of the school. It could increase the strength of the teachers of the First College of Iridia by a large margin. Correspondingly, it would increase the safety of the school. With so many level 4 materials, it could also attract good teachers to the First College of Iridia and increase the teaching quality of the First College of Iridia. David, I'll thank you on behalf of the school, Vice Principal Kenny said solemnly. David really didn't dare to take out too many resources. His current identity was General David. 5 cubic meters of Tier 4 materials was already the limit. If he took out any more, he was afraid that people would suspect the source of the materials. Fortunately, David's battle prowess was unparalleled. Although a level 4 insectoid was extremely terrifying, Vice Principal Kenny thought that since David was able to deal with a level 3 insectoid at the soldier stage, it was possible for him to deal with a weaker level 4 insectoid with his transcendent strength now. Vice Principal Kenny brought David to the hidden personal portal. When he saw the personal portal again, David confirmed his previous thoughts. This personal portal had too many imprints of the great world of God. There was a high possibility that this personal portal was sent by the great world of God. However, it had been modified by the Federation to be more suitable for the Federation's environment. To prevent the personal portal from detecting any inappropriate items, David put all the items into the Divine Dimension card before he teleported. Only the Divine Dimension card could avoid detection by the Federation's scanning equipment. Although the personal portal seemed to be defenseless, the scanning equipment here was installed by the Federation military. It was even connected to the Federal Military Security Channel. As long as they carried any contraband, they would be rejected by the personal teleportation portal, and the Federal military would be notified. It was not only the First College of Iridia base that was like this. The personal portals in the other college bases were the same. If one wanted to smuggle illegal materials, even if there were people cooperating, they would be stuck at the last step. David had too many illegal items on him. Just the Zergs alone had 2 level 4 Zergs, 2 legendary Zergs, plus a level 5 Temple Knight, a level 5 Bishop, and a Demigod Knight. He had already completely violated the Federation's laws. If he did not have the Divine Dimension card, David would probably have to find a way to cross the blockade line between the war zone and the peace zone. That would cause too much trouble and delay too much time. David stepped into the personal portal. When he reappeared, he was already in a familiar basement. Principal Lek. David did not expect that his use of the personal portal would alert Principal Lek. When he saw Principal Lek, he quickly bowed respectfully. "Come have a seat in my office." Principal Lek waved his hand and said. Sitting in the spacious principal's office, Principal Lek looked at David with a faint smile. As one of the most powerful transcendent in the Interstellar Federation, Principal Lek was the pillar of support for the First College of Iridia. He was also the reason why no one dared to underestimate the First College of Iridia. This principal had an extremely high reputation in the Interstellar Federation. He also had a lot of hidden strength. Any student who graduated from the First College of Iridia was a person that Principal Lek could use. "I've heard about Emma. I called you here because I have some news to tell you." Principal Lek sat on the sofa opposite David and said with a smile. David was stunned. He did not expect the news of Emma's attack to spread so far and wide. Even Principal Lek had heard about it. "You are the pride of the First College of Iridia. You are also the strongest student in the history of the First College of Iridia. I don't want anything to happen to you, so I have to tell you who you will be facing." Principal Lek continued. Chapter 1006. Principal, do you know who attacked Emma? David was also extremely shocked. He could understand why Grand Marshal Andre knew some information, but he was surprised that Principal Lek also knew. It had to be known that up until now, David himself had not received any information from any intelligence organization. In terms of intelligence, the world of God's intelligence could be said to be spread throughout the entire Interstellar Federation. How many intelligence agents were hidden in the dark? It was likely that only Viscount Devil knew. In terms of wealth, the Tordo Fund had a net worth of trillions, and its businesses spanned across multiple star fields. Its influence in the Interstellar Federation was extremely great. However, Principal Lek had received insider information before them, and even knew the identity of the other party. The one who attacked Emma was the Institute of Immortality. This is a loose organization. The First College of Iridia has cooperated with the Institute of Immortality before. Principal Lek replied in a deep voice. Surprise, extreme surprise. David had thought that the Institute of Immortality was a terrorist organization. After Grand Marshal Andre mentioned the Institute of Immortality, David had been flying in space and did not have the time to search for information about this organization. Now that he heard that the Institute of Immortality had cooperated with the First College of Iridia, he was extremely shocked. As one of the top colleges in the Federation, an organization that could cooperate with the First College of Iridia must be an extremely famous and influential organization. What kind of organization is this Institute of Immortality? David asked. The Institute of Immortality is a research organization established by the cooperation of 3 top financial groups. It has a history of more than 1,000 years. Its original purpose was to research the topic of immortality. With the support of a huge amount of wealth, the research of this Institute of Immortality became more and more advanced, and it even involves some forbidden areas of life. A few hundred years ago, some of the secret research of the Institute of Immortality was targeted by the Federation. The Federation conducted an investigation on the Institute of Immortality, and the Institute of Immortality went into hiding. However, their research never stopped. Principal Lek replied. David understood what research in the Forbidden Zone of Life was. The Federation did not allow research in the area of genetic replication. In the early days of the Federation, genetic replication research went out of control, and a large number of clones appeared. The appearance of the clones almost caused the Federation's identity system to collapse, and there were ethical issues. In the end, the clones and the Federation went through a great war and were completely destroyed. The forbidden areas of life research were also completely banned. Of course, the most important reason why the Federation banned clones was because there was no way to create a Kaji, let alone a transcendent. Even if a clone married a normal person, the offspring would not be able to become a Kaji or a transcendent. Once the clones spread, the consequences would be extinction. A race without a strong individual was not far from extinction. Principal, can you tell me which 3 financial groups they are? David continued to ask. Even if you don't ask, I will tell you. I will let you know how powerful the Institute of Immortality is. This is not something you can deal with. The 3 financial groups are Surcharge Syndicate, Abu Dhabi, and Stearns Consortium. Lek nodded. David had heard of these 3 financial groups. They were all more powerful than the Tordo Fund. The Tordo Fund only had a few hundred years of history, but these 3 financial groups had not declined for thousands of years. From military, economic, and basic necessities of life, these 3 financial groups were involved in everything. Why did they want to kidnap Emma? David frowned. To be honest, David did not care how powerful the 3 financial groups were. He could display his full strength in the Interstellar Federation. Under the circumstances where he was not suppressed by the rules of the world, he could easily destroy any organization. The 3 financial groups could only use economic and political methods to suppress him. In terms of politics, his relationship with Grand Marshal Andre was like a golden statue during the military era. As for economics, David did not care about wealth. If he needed it, he could easily exchange the resources in his hands for endless wealth. Perhaps other organizations would be wary of the three financial groups, but in David's eyes, as long as they were within 100 kilometers of him, no matter how many people there were, they were like ants. I don't know, but it's very likely that it's because of you. You have to be careful. Don't be rash. Lek shook his head. Lek wanted to talk to David to inform him of this. Just like Grand Marshal Andre, he was worried that David would cause trouble for the Institute of Immortality. In their minds, no matter how strong David was, he was only one person. The three consortiums behind the Immortal Research Institute had a network of connections with the three consortiums. It was more than enough to restrict David's movements to death. Thank you, Principal. David thanked him sincerely. Lek took out a stack of paper from his drawer and placed it in front of David. The school can't help you much, but it still has an advantage in terms of intelligence. This is some information from the Institute of Immortality. You can understand it and be prepared. After leaving the first college of Iridia, David flew straight into space. In space, he took out a small high-speed spaceship from his space pendant. His space pendant had a small fleet of 200 large battleships. This small high-speed spaceship was only a subsidiary of one of the large battleships. He did not plan to stay on Lunka Planet for long, nor did he plan to set the last space coordinate here. After setting up the small high-speed spaceship to fly to the nearest space portal, David sat in the pilot's seat and looked at the information given by Lek. From the paper that Principal Lek gave him, he could see that Principal Lek was very careful. He was worried that he would leave any traces that would be discovered by the Institute of Immortality. The records and the information were much more detailed than Lek's simple introduction. It allowed David to truly understand the details of the Institute of Immortality. The Institute of Immortality was a research institute that specialized in biological research. They had achieved many results in prolonging life, but they were still far from achieving immortality. The research of immortality was like a curse that prevented research from going any further. There was a limit to human life. No matter how much biological engineering was done, it could only bring one's lifespan infinitely close to this limit. To break this limit, the Institute of Immortality's research was not even as useful as the great world of God's holy water of immortality. At least the holy water of immortality could slightly break the limit of one's lifespan, allowing one's life to exceed the limit. According to the information, the Institute of Immortality had been researching occult knowledge for the past few hundred years. They wanted to use this method to break the limit of life. The Institute of Immortality relied on the three major financial groups to influence the military, the government, and the Federation. Their strength was extremely terrifying. They could even use some of their combat power. David shook his head. This Institute of Immortality was a group of lunatics. In terms of research on lifespan, no one in the two worlds knew more than him. Lifespan was determined by the rules of the world. Only when one reached a certain level would their lifespan be increased. To break the limit of life, one had to have the ability to break the rules of the world. At least the researchers of the Interstellar Federation did not have this ability. Or rather, the power of technology was not enough to reach this level. David was most concerned about the location of the Institute of Immortality. There was only one branch in the information. This was only known when he cooperated with the first college of Iridia. He was still within the range of the Skynet on Lunka Planet. He operated his bracelet and ordered the Tordo Fund and the Kerr Intelligence Organization to find the information of the three major financial groups. David had a lot less scruples now. He did not even have the intention to slowly search for the Institute of Immortality. Instead, he planned to destroy the headquarters of the three major financial groups and destroy the foundation of the Institute of Immortality. After that, it would be easy to deal with the Institute of Immortality. Maybe they've forgotten my threat after a few years. David mumbled to himself. He had never thought of himself as a kind person. His revenge had always been thunderous. Just like the Tordo Fund years ago, he had wiped out almost all the executives of the Tordo Fund in one fell swoop. This was also why he could easily control the Tordo Fund. All the competitors were afraid. No one dared to jump out and raise an objection to the ownership of the Tordo Fund. David did not understand why the three major financial groups would use the Institute of Immortality to kidnap Emma, but he was sure that it had something to do with him. In less than 2 minutes, continuous messages were sent over. The Tuoff Foundation and the Kerr Intelligence Organization reacted very quickly. The information of the three major financial groups was not a secret. They were all official financial groups with their own headquarters. Unlike the Tordo Fund, which had a satellite as its headquarters, the three major financial groups had their own administrative planets as their headquarters. This was obviously an upgrade. The Tordo Fund's president, Krieb, contacted David directly and asked the question he was concerned about. "Sir, are you going to attack the three major financial groups?" "Yes, what do you think?" David asked in a deep voice. Since David had asked the Tordo Fund to help him find the information, he did not intend to hide it from his subordinate. In his opinion, President Krieb should be trying to persuade him. "Sir, please let me know before you attack. I can take over the benefits they left behind." President Krieb did not try to persuade him. Instead, he suggested excitedly. Perhaps even David did not expect President Krieb to have such blind worship for him. Ever since he destroyed the Tordo Fund alone, President Krieb had become his loyal supporter. After that, David continued to grow. During the live broadcast of the Federation, he killed multiple Level 3 Zergs alone and received the title of War God of the Federation. This made President Krieb worship him to the extreme. If other people heard that David was going to attack the three major financial groups, they would definitely have many scruples. However, President Krieb only thought about the expansion of the Tordo Fund. If a giant like the Tordo Fund wanted to develop by leaps and bounds, it would have to seize the benefits of other financial groups. Normal competition would not be able to shake a financial group with thousands of years of history. If David destroyed the core of the financial groups, it would be the best time for the Tordo Fund to expand. David could not help but sigh at how crazy the manager of the Tordo Fund was. He did not even consider the possibility of failure. He knew his own strength, but President Krieb trusted him blindly. "The first target is the Surcharge Syndicate. I will arrive in 3 days and completely destroy their headquarters in Pawa." David calmly explained his plan. The headquarters of the Surcharge Syndicate, Pawa, was a completely defenseless planet in his eyes. Perhaps there were some transcendent and a large number of Kaji, but in his eyes, these forces were no different than no forces at all. 3 days is enough. I will arrange the annexation of the Surcharge Syndicate. We will begin in 3 days. President Krieb said excitedly. Although David did not care about how much wealth he had, he did not need to discourage the enthusiasm of his subordinates. Besides, the more wealth he had, the more influence he would have in the Interstellar Federation. If his influence in the Interstellar Federation was strong enough, the Institute of Immortality would not have targeted him. In the Institute of Immortality's meeting room, an intelligence officer reported, "We have lost track of David." David did not contact any organization. He did not even take a spaceship. "We cannot determine if he is still on Lunka Planet or if he has entered space through other means." On the screen in the meeting room, there was a video of David appearing on the Guardian planet and then using his personal portal to reach Lunka Planet. It was hard to believe that the Institute of Immortality would know so much about the personal portal of the First College of Iridia. However, as long as they understood that this personal portal was related to the military, they could guess that there were people from the Institute of Immortality in some department of the military. However, the Institute of Immortality thought that once they had tracked down David, they could monitor David's every move. They believed that with the power of the Institute of Immortality, David would not be able to escape their surveillance. However, they did not expect that they would lose track of David after he teleported back to Lunka Planet. Track down all the nearby spaceships. Do not miss a single one. David must have boarded a spaceship. Director Hench ordered in a deep voice. When Director Hench mentioned David, his eyes glowed with passion. It was as if David was his research target. Orders were issued one after another, and all the connections that could be used were used. However, It was as if David had disappeared. There was no news from him. This was almost impossible in the Interstellar Federation. The Federation had all kinds of surveillance equipment everywhere. Every spaceship had its own serial number. Correspondingly, all the identification bracelets on the spaceship would verify their identities. It was almost impossible for anyone to escape tracking. However, David's small speeder spaceship was different. It was a spaceship without a serial number. Even the 200 large spaceships in his space pendant were all without a serial number. These were the spaceships produced by the rebel military. All possible surveillance was removed. Chapter 1007. When David went through the portal, he didn't use his own identity. Instead, he used a fake Gary identity that he had forged a long time ago. As for the small high-speed spaceship without a serial number, he changed the serial number to get through. At David's level, even though he didn't have much power in the military, it was still easy for him to make a small high-speed spaceship legal with his rank. After a space transfer, he arrived at the star field where Pawa was located. He switched to the sonic steel beetle and sped up. It only took him a day and a half to get close to the Surcharge Syndicate's Pawa. Pawa planet was densely covered with a large number of industrial facilities. These were all factories with extremely important functions. The Surcharge Syndicate produced high-end equipment for various industries. Almost all of the core components were produced here. This was to prevent their core technology from leaking out. Pawa was developed very thoroughly. Not a single piece of land was wasted. This was a planet bought by a commercial consortium. Naturally, they didn't care too much about environmental protection and greenery. Here, the company's internal regulations were beyond the law. Of course, Pawa was different in one aspect. That was Jaffe City, a city named after the Surcharge Syndicate. The environment here was beautiful. Every building was a perfect work of art and design. Everyone here was dressed elegantly and had a dignified temperament. This was the headquarters of the Surcharge Syndicate. The Surcharge Syndicate CEO and key managers were all here. David didn't make a move immediately. In his eyes, Pawa could be destroyed with just a thought. He summoned the Silver Pterosaur and used it to activate the invisibility innate ability. In fact, the Surcharge Syndicate's security system for Pawa was already very advanced. Even if a bug wanted to get close, it would be detected by the security system. However, Pawa wasn't a military facility. It couldn't use military-grade scanning equipment. Of course, even if it could, it wouldn't be used here. The space-grade scanning equipment was only designed to prevent the bugs from approaching large military targets like warships. The Federation wouldn't install such equipment in a peaceful area. The Silver Pterosaur took David and ignored Pawa's security system. He arrived above Jaffe City. A range of 100 kilometers was enough for him to cover the entire Jaffe City. Found him. It only took David a breath to find the CEO of the Surcharge Syndicate. The city's security system had the ability to prevent spirit scanning. In particular, energy shields were added to some important places. However, energy shields of this level couldn't block a peak legendary spirit. Perhaps even the Surcharge Syndicate couldn't imagine such a level of spirit, let alone defense. The Silver Pterosaur's instantaneous movement talent also ignored all the safety systems. From the safety door to the safety lock, everything was skipped. President Cuthbert was very busy. Even though he had as many as 20 elite assistants in his office to share his workload, he was still very busy. The Surcharge Syndicate's business was too big. Most of the work was done by the assistants, but the final decision was still made by President Cuthbert. Every number on the screen was related to hundreds of millions of Federation credits. Every click of President Cuthbert's finger could affect the Federation's economic fluctuations. This was the happiness brought by wealth and power. President Cuthbert enjoyed this feeling very much. It was also the source of his motivation to be busy. Just as President Cuthbert was about to approve a report submitted by the president's assistant, the screen in front of him flickered and froze as if it was stuck. He tapped on the screen several times, but there was no response. At this time, the 20 elite assistants started to make noises. As the headquarters of the Surcharge Syndicate, there were two super servers backing each other up. It was impossible for such a situation to happen, let alone for all the screens to crash at the same time. Ask the network manager to solve the problem immediately. Kick him out if he doesn't do it in 5 minutes. President Cuthbert ordered loudly. The only response he got was silence. Only now did he realize that the CEO's assistants, who were still making a racket because of the hologram's crash, were all motionless as if their bodies had been frozen. Even their voices had strangely disappeared. President Cuthbert knew that something had happened. He pressed a button at the bottom of the office with one hand. This button was directly connected to the security room, where 10 Transcendent and 500 elite Kaji Guard were stationed. This was only the defense of the nearby area. In the airport, there were 20 large warships that could support this area at any time. If necessary, the military fleet closest to this place would also rush over. President Cuthbert pressed the button successfully. He was overjoyed. This button was not connected to any network. It used the most primitive physical circuit to prevent a situation like today's. Don't press it. If you want to find a Transcendent in the room 100 meters from here, I can help you. A voice came from the room. President Cuthbert looked around and saw an unbelievable scene. A figure appeared in the room. It was a young man. His feet were floating in the air, not touching the ground. Transcendent, President Cuthbert thought to himself. At the same time, he was also wondering how the Transcendent got in. This office used an extremely high level of security. Without his permission, it was very difficult to break into the office by force, not to mention that the doors and windows of the office were still intact. Who are you? Did the Surcharge Syndicate offend you in any way? President Cuthbert looked at the Transcendent in the middle of the room and asked in a deep voice. President Cuthbert had extraordinary self-control due to his high position. In this strange situation, he was still able to keep calm and think. He wanted to talk more with the Transcendent. He believed that it would only take a little more time for the security system to discover the problem here. By then, all the armed forces in Powa would come to rescue him. Even a military fleet would come over. That's what I wanted to ask. My name is David Kerr. I also want to ask President Cuthbert, how did I offend the Surcharge Syndicate and make you use the Transcendent to kidnap my girlfriend? David asked calmly. Before entering the president's office, David went to the computer room where the two super servers were. There, he used his electronic countermeasure ability to change the management rights of the super servers to himself. With 141 soul avatars and his own soul reaching the peak of the legendary rank, his electronic countermeasure ability was far more powerful than when he left the Interstellar Federation. Even though he had not studied the electronic countermeasure ability during the 2 years he had spent in the great world of deities, the ability to analyze and calculate a large number of times had improved tremendously after his analysis and calculation had been improved countless times. Plus, David had done some research on the super servers and operated directly from the super servers. Naturally, it was easy for him to take care of the two super servers. He even had time to contact President Krebe and ask Krebe to cooperate with him. While David was talking to President Cuthbert, transactions were going on between the Tordo Fund and the Surcharge Syndicate. These transactions all had one thing in common. The Tordo Fund would sell a certain technology to the Surcharge Syndicate through a fair platform. The Surcharge Syndicate would purchase each technology at a sky-high price of more than $1 trillion. In this way, the astronomical wealth in the Surcharge Syndicate's account was quickly transferred. All of this was very simple for David, who controlled the two super servers. He could use President Cuthbert's electronic signature at will. General David. President Cuthbert finally recognized who the Transcendent in front of him was. He then said with an innocent face, General David, is there any misunderstanding? The Surcharge Syndicate has no conflict with you. David shook his head. He waved his hand, and a series of transfers appeared on the hologram in front of President Cuthbert. They were all transfers to the Institute of Immortality. There was also a record of the recent Transcendent sent to the Institute of Immortality. Of course, President Cuthbert knew what the Institute of Immortality was doing. Without the consent of the three major consortiums, the Institute of Immortality alone did not have the ability and courage to offend a general of the military, let alone a terrifying existence with super strong combat power. President Cuthbert now regretted it. He did want the Institute of Immortality to produce results, but this was on the basis that it would not affect the Surcharge Syndicate. Or, you need witnesses, David said in a deep voice. With a wave of his hand, two Transcendent among the several Transcendent who were also unable to move 100 meters away from the security center flew up. Then, the walls in front of the two Transcendent automatically broke open, and the two Transcendent passed through a hole. President Cuthbert watched the wall of the CEO's office break open and the two Transcendent fly in. They naturally did not fly in on their own, but were forcibly pulled in by some kind of force. How? Is this a Transcendent? Cold sweat dripped down President Cuthbert's head. He could not help but exclaim in his heart. The CEO's office looked ordinary, but the interior was reinforced with Grade 3 materials. Among the individual combat power of the Interstellar Federation, only a few Grade 4 weapons could break open the door. The Grade 4 weapons of the Federation were all high-ranking Transcendent, so it was impossible for them to make a move. The security of the CEO's office was almost equivalent to that of a large bank's vault, but such a wall was silently broken open. President Cuthbert did not even see any traces of a weapon breaking open the wall. The wall was as fragile as paper. You know them, right? Were they involved in the kidnapping of Emma? David asked indifferently, as if he had just done something insignificant. According to the records of the Super Server, these two Transcendent were sent to the Institute of Immortality before Emma was attacked. At the same time, according to the video of Emma being attacked, their faces could also be distinguished. Although David was asking, in fact, this was already confirmed. General David, we were indeed in the wrong in this matter. However, nothing happened to Miss Emma, and you didn't suffer any losses. Why don't we just forget about this matter if we compensate you? After a brief moment of consideration, President Cuthbert understood that there was no way to deny it. He regained his composure and asked, "My condition is very simple. Tell me, why did you do this?" David asked in a deep voice. "I don't know the details. The Institute of Immortality sent a research report some time ago, saying that there has been a major breakthrough in the research of immortality, but they need your cooperation. We used some of our connections, but we couldn't contact you, so we had no choice but to take action to kidnap Miss Emma. However, we have no intention of harming Miss Emma." President Cuthbert's eyes flickered for a moment before he replied, "How domineering." David said indifferently, but as soon as he spoke, the heads of the two Transcendent were directly twisted off. The two Transcendent were clearly conscious, but they could not resist at all. They could only let the invisible force twist their necks 360 degrees. Although President Cuthbert had seen many deaths, he was still shocked by David's way of killing. Two powerful Transcendent had their necks twisted like chickens. This made President Cuthbert think of many legends about David. From today onwards, the Surcharge Syndicate will cease to exist. David looked at President Cuthbert and announced, "Impossible. Even if you destroy Powa, the Surcharge Syndicate and other assets will set up a revenge fund and hunt you down for the rest of your life." President Cuthbert retorted firmly. All super consortiums had a backup management team that would immediately take over after the headquarters were destroyed. The revenge fund mentioned by President Cuthbert was also a common method used by many consortiums. Mercenaries from the Interstellar Federation, assassins, and even some Transcendent would take action for a huge amount of credits. The Surcharge Syndicate should not have many assets left now, David said with a smile. At this time, a transaction message appeared on the screen in front of President Cuthbert. He saw the balance of the Surcharge Syndicate's credits. The originally long string of numbers had now become 323 credits. This pitiful amount was shabby even for a citizen of the Federation, let alone a super consortium. President Cuthbert also noticed the ongoing transaction. The 323 credits were constantly increasing, but there was nothing to be happy about. Every credit represented an asset of the surcharge syndicate. How did you do it? This is impossible. President Cuthbert shouted. He wanted to reach out and click on the button to cancel the transaction, but no matter how hard he clicked, he could not affect the transaction. Even the property rights of Pawa were traded by President Cuthbert to the Tordo Fund for 1 credit. Chapter 1008. This kind of extraordinary transaction naturally attracted the attention of the Bundesbank, but the Bundesbank couldn't stop the transaction. Because this transaction was in accordance with the law, the legal system of the Tordo Fund was prepared long before the transaction. A team of lawyers led by the Federation's famous lawyer, James, once again defended the transaction. Lawyer James was most famous for the Tordo Fund's property rights dispute. That battle was the Battle of Lawyer James, and after that, he became the legal consultant of the Tordo Fund. For Lawyer James, the temptation of money was no longer important. David wasn't stingy with him, and the wealth he had was enough for him to live any life he wanted. Lawyer James valued fame. He only had one representative work in the legal industry, and he wasn't satisfied. Therefore, after receiving President Kreeb's invitation, he went out again. Lawyer James was also watching the process of the transaction. This kind of asset transfer transaction was unprecedented even in the Interstellar Federation. In order to be more legal, in addition to a team of 200 lawyers, there were also 50 Federation officials notarizing the transaction. Everyone there was extremely excited. After this battle, they would become legends in the industry and add a heavy mark to their career resume. The Bundesbank only had the function of monitoring. In a situation where both parties had completed the formalities, they couldn't intervene at all. Not to mention, both parties were too powerful. It was far from something the Bundesbank could easily shake. As long as it was in accordance with the law, the Bundesbank couldn't stop the transaction. The transaction only took 5 minutes. When the balance of the surcharge syndicate account in front of President Cuthbert was 105,630 yuan, the final transaction was finally completed. President Cuthbert was stunned as he watched the thousands of years of wealth of the surcharge syndicate being transferred away in just 5 minutes. He even used his electronic authentication, which made him have the urge to die. In fact, it was almost impossible for others to use electronic authentication to carry out a transaction because it involved too many security checkpoints. If other organizations wanted to break through the defenses of the Pawa Surcharge Syndicate headquarters, President Cuthbert would have enough time to react accordingly. Besides, the super server wasn't that easy to crack. Even the channel to the super server was blocked. The consequence of forcibly breaking in was to trigger a self-destruct program. Almost all the security loopholes were considered by the experts who designed the security system. However, the security experts didn't consider one thing, and that was an invincible person with the ability to control space. With just a thought, he could completely control the entire Toronto city, and no one could move an inch. David didn't need to use any of his talent abilities to deal with the people here. He didn't even need to use his domain abilities. He only needed to use the power of his mind to do whatever he wanted. The strongest person here was equivalent to a level 3 transcendent. A normal transcendent was only level 2. The strongest defense in the city was only level 3, but David's mental power could easily break through a level 4 defense. Therefore, Gaffey City was a defenseless city, allowing David to do whatever he wanted. President Cuthbert looked at David with a pale face. He knew that David's judgment was waiting for him. Except for the 2 transcendent who attacked Emma, the rest of you don't have to die, David said with a smile. However, President Cuthbert felt a chill down his spine. He sensed great fear from David. In his eyes, David was like a devil from hell. David activated his super level 5 hypnosis ability, and a strange spirit wave covered the entire Toronto. Everyone in Toronto was a high-ranking member of the Surcharge Syndicate. They were all bound by a strange force before, and they couldn't move at all. When the spirit wave swept past them, their eyes lost their light, and their intelligence left them. David glanced at the CEO office. President Cuthbert was already sitting on the floor, drooling. He was no longer as elegant as before. The hypnosis ability targeted the soul. This ability could be seen in the Federation as well, but it was very weak. David used this ability that was accepted by the Federation as a warning to everyone. David didn't kill anyone, but this method was even scarier than that. After summoning the Silver Pterosaur, David and the Silver Pterosaur disappeared. It was as silent as David's arrival. 1 minute after David left, the two super servers automatically deleted David's identity and returned to their previous settings. 10 minutes later, 20 armed battleships descended from space and hovered above Jaffe City. An hour later, the nearest military fleet sent 200 battleships to Pawa. When the entire upper echelons of the Federation received this news, they were all stunned. Nonsense! Grand Marshal Andre slammed the table and yelled. Standing in front of Grand Marshal Andre was the intelligence officer of the Federal High Command, Colonel Morrison. He had just reported the shocking case that happened in Pawa. Colonel Morrison naturally knew why Grand Marshal Andre was yelling and who he was yelling at, but he didn't dare to say anything. This wasn't something he could interfere with. Grand Marshal General David was just being impulsive. Jekyll's adjutant tried to persuade him. Colonel Morrison wished he could become invisible. Jekyll's adjutant's persuasion proved one thing. The relationship between General David and Grand Marshal Andre was far from what outsiders thought. Isn't this affecting the logistics of the war? Who gave him the guts? Grand Marshal Andre continued to yell. Colonel Morrison's body shook slightly. Grand Marshal Andre didn't care that General David had turned tens of thousands of people into idiots, nor did he care about transferring the assets of the Surcharge Syndicate. Grand Marshal General David was very careful. All the logistics production wasn't affected. These industries will continue to be taken over by the Tordo Fund. Jekyll's adjutant explained. Pass down the order. Don't let any chaos appear in these industries. Everything must be done with the war as the priority. If anyone dares to cause trouble, arrest them as war criminals. Grand Marshal Andre ordered in a deep voice. Yes, Grand Marshal. Jekyll's adjutant immediately saluted. Colonel Morrison felt like he was in a fog until he left the Grand Marshal's office with Jekyll's adjutant. Adjutant Jekyll, why didn't the Grand Marshal pursue General David? Colonel Morrison was very familiar with Jekyll's adjutant, so he quietly asked. As the intelligence officer of the Federal High Command, Colonel Morrison had to know the relationship between General David and Grand Marshal Andre. This would be beneficial for his future work. Since the Surcharge Syndicate dared to provoke General David, they should know the consequences. General David obviously showed mercy this time because of the military. Otherwise, would there still be anyone alive in Pawa? Furthermore, the Surcharge Syndicate isn't a military matter. The Grand Marshal doesn't have to investigate. If there is an investigation, it should be done by the police. Jekyll's adjutant replied with a smile. Colonel Morrison's eyes flashed twice. He understood the key point. The Surcharge Syndicate wasn't on Grand Marshal Andre's side. Even Abu Dhabi and the Stearns Consortium had thousands of years of history. They had connections and influence all over the Interstellar Federation. They could influence the Federal High Command to a certain extent. Grand Marshal Andre didn't have any negative feelings towards the destruction of these super large financial groups. Instead, he was happy to see it happen. This would only weaken the power of the financial groups in the Federation and give more opportunities to other companies. The power of financial groups was the Federation's chronic disease. They nurtured a large number of different talents, and these talents extended the power of the financial groups in various positions. David is really troublesome. Grand Marshal Andre shook his head and helplessly muttered to himself. As early as when David appeared, Grand Marshal Andre had already guessed that this day would come. However, he didn't expect David to be so decisive. David didn't find trouble with the Institute of Immortality. Instead, he directly removed the power behind the Institute of Immortality, the Surcharge Syndicate. Grand Marshal Andre couldn't do too much for David. He could only use the war as a reason to stabilize David's transferred industries and prevent some people from jumping out of control. Just as he was thinking, a contact request appeared on his bracelet. "President Akerlet, what's the matter?" Grand Marshal Andre asked with a faint smile. On the other side of the communication channel was the president of Abu Dhabi's Akerlet. Needless to say, he was afraid to contact Grand Marshal Andre at this time. "Grand Marshal Andre, I'm sure you already know what happened to the Surcharge Syndicate. The Surcharge Syndicate's assets were transferred to the Tordo Fund. This is obviously David's doing. I represent Abu Dhabi to ask the military to investigate David," Akerlet's president said in a deep voice. "President Akerlet, as far as I know, the Surcharge Syndicate's transaction with the Tordo Fund is completely in accordance with the Federation's laws. I've already asked the Bundesbank about this. As for your request to investigate General David, you don't have any judicial authority and you don't have any evidence. Everything will have to wait for the results of the police investigation." Grand Marshal Andre replied with a smile. "Are you planning to cover up for David?" Akerlet's president asked with a heavy tone. If it was any other time, Akerlet's president wouldn't use such a tone to talk to Grand Marshal Andre. Abu Dhabi's influence was strong, but Grand Marshal Andre's power and influence in the military was something Abu Dhabi couldn't shake. However, the situation was different now. David's threat was too terrifying. Silently, the wealth of the super-large financial group, Jaffi Financial Group, was transferred. Tens of thousands of people in the entire Jaffi city of Pahua planet were turned into idiots. This kind of thing could happen to Abu Dhabi at any time, especially after Akerlet's president researched David's life. He was even more convinced of this. If Akerlet's president wanted to deal with David in the shortest amount of time, he needed the support of Grand Marshal Andre. Under the current situation of military control, this was the only way. Grand Marshal Andre actually asked the police to investigate. Who didn't know that David was already a transcendent? Asking the police to investigate a transcendent, wasn't this a joke? "President Akerlet, are you planning to teach me how to do things?" Grand Marshal Andre asked in a deep voice. Grand Marshal Andre ignored Akerlet's president and deactivated his bracelet. This was the Interstellar Federation. Everything had to be done according to the law, especially since David's identity was the Federation's general and a hero recognized by the Federation. This kind of existence wasn't something that could be arrested just like that. Grand Marshal Andre also didn't want to arrest David. He didn't even want to contact David and ask him to stop. As long as there was no evidence, it would be beneficial to let David destroy a few super consortiums. In the principal's office of the First College of Iridia, Principal Leck was also looking at the information. "I was worried about this kid. It seems like I should be worried about the other two consortiums." Principal Leck smiled bitterly. He provided David with information about the Institute of Immortality in order to help David understand the strength of the Institute of Immortality and prevent David from acting rashly. As a genius student of the First College of Iridia, Principal Leck didn't think that David was invincible. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to face off against the power of a large consortium. However, David used his actions to show Principal Leck his strength. In a short period of time, he turned tens of thousands of people in a city into idiots and transferred all their wealth to another city. In the process, he didn't leave behind any clues about his arrival. From the information in front of him, Principal Leck saw that there were 10 Transcendent guards in Jaffi City. 2 of the Transcendent were killed, and the other Transcendent were turned into idiots like everyone else. The reason these 2 Transcendent were killed was because they participated in the attack on Emma. Principal Leck thought for a while and sent the latest information to David through his bracelet. He was prepared to support David's actions through this information. In the meeting room of the Institute of Immortality, Director Hench stared at the holographic screen in front of him, frowning as he read the information. "Analyze which consortium David will most likely attack first. I need an accurate result." Director Hanks said loudly to the researcher next to him. Information was inserted into the analysis module one by one. The super server analyzed David's behavior, as well as all the information it had received so far. Through this extremely strict and scientific method, a result appeared on the holographic screen. Abu Dhabi, 15 IFA. Send down the order to mobilize all available combat power to 15 IFA. We must set up an inescapable trap there before David does. I want to capture David. Director Hanks shouted with a crazed look in his eyes. If David were here, he would definitely see the light in Director Hanks's eyes that was unique to researchers. It was the dedication to research. Seeing that the research of several generations was about to bear fruit, Director Hanks no longer cared about the price he had to pay. If his research was successful, he would become a legend in the history of research. As for David's combat power, as a researcher, Director Hanks did not believe that David could control Jaffe Planet all by himself in such a short time. Some powerful force must have helped him. Chapter 1009. David didn't expect his whereabouts to be analyzed by the super server. However, with his style of doing things, it was normal for someone to find him when he only had 2 targets. He didn't care if there was an inescapable trap around his target. Even in his normal state, the Galactic Federation didn't care about any traps, let alone when he was in his energy feather form. He didn't even care if the Galactic Federation wasn't involved. David flew to 15 IFA. This time, he was still riding on the Sonic Iron Beetle. However, he used some tricks to pass through the space portal. In 3 days, he was already close to 15 IFA, the headquarters of Abu Dhabi. 15 IFA was very spectacular. In the space near 15 IFA, there were more than 200 medium to large warships docked. Only a large financial group like Abu Dhabi had the right to own such a large number of armed warships. This was because Abu Dhabi was one of the Federation's warship suppliers. Some of the warships were produced by Abu Dhabi. They organized a batch of warships in the name of testing operations, so they were allowed to gather in public. Even the weapons of these warships were fully equipped. Their scanning was fully activated, and they were in a state of combat readiness. David, who was riding on the Silver Pterosaur, was in stealth mode. Under normal circumstances, these warships' scanning could still detect him. However, the problem was that in addition to the 200 medium to large warships, there were countless small spaceships in space at 15 IFA. Most of the spaceships were fully armed Kaji. There were also a few transcendent spaceships. In space, Kaji, who was wearing exoskeleton armor, was patrolling the entire area. This method of patrolling was to prevent enemies from sneaking in, but it also made it difficult for the scanning equipment to detect a single invisible target. David entered stealth mode when he was 500 kilometers away from 15 IFA. After that, he used a spaceship flying to 15 IFA as cover and easily approached 15 IFA. He did not care about the battleship, Kaji, and the Transcendent in space. These forces were all within the range of his mind. He could destroy them all with just a thought. David did not want the Interstellar Federation to guess his strength, so he let go of these combatants and entered the atmosphere of 15 IFA in stealth mode. 15 IFA was different from Pawa. Abu Dhabi's development of the planet was geared towards leisure. This was related to the natural resources of 15 IFA. This was a beautiful planet. 80% of the planet's water made it 15 IFA's climate pleasant. The land was crisscrossed with mountain peaks and deep streams, and all kinds of strange and spectacular scenery could be seen everywhere. Most of the buildings on 15 IFA were not cities, but leisure manors. According to the records, the best employees of Abu Dhabi would be invited here for a holiday. This place had also become the representative of Abu Dhabi's corporate culture. However, David did not underestimate 15 IFA because of this. After entering the atmosphere of 15 IFA, he felt a strong energy fluctuation. Perhaps this kind of energy fluctuation could not be felt by humans without equipment, but this did not apply to him, who was at the peak of the legendary rank. 15 EFA was not as harmless as it looked. David had a feeling that there was a space-class planetary destroyer hidden here. This was because he could feel the energy fluctuation of a planetary destroyer. David followed the direction of the energy fluctuation and flew towards a place on the surface of the sea. When he approached the surface of the sea, his mind had already been one step ahead of him. He saw an unbelievable scene below the sea surface. A superplanetary destroyer was hidden under the sea, and this superplanetary destroyer had been gathering energy all this time. The strong energy fluctuation that David sensed was the excess energy released by the superplanetary destroyer in order to maintain the state of readiness for a long time. This was an extremely wasteful method. The energy required to maintain the state of readiness of the superplanetary destroyer was extremely terrifying. This kind of maintenance method consumed tens of millions of credits per minute. David's eyes turned cold. This Abu Dhabi was not simple at all. They had set up a blockade outside to intercept him in space and then use the superplanetary destroyer to kill him. Not to mention the transcendence. Even David's current peak legendary level body might not be able to withstand the bombardment of the superstar destroyer cannon. Perhaps David's energy feather wings could block a blow from the superplanetary destroyer, but he definitely did not want to try this possibility. When Abu Dhabi prepared this superplanetary destroyer to attack David, they did not consider the lives of the battleships in space, Kaji, and Transcendent. For Abu Dhabi, those were just consumables, and they were only used to entangle David. David's body slowly dived into the sea. After diving for 50 meters, he saw the true face of the superplanetary destroyer. This was not a weapon that should be in the hands of a consortium. The diameter of the muzzle alone was 50 meters, and the length of the cannon was more than 1,000 meters. At the bottom of the sea, there was an all-alloy undersea base that imitated a military base, which became the base of a superplanetary destroyer. This planet-annihilating cannon was even bigger than the planet-annihilating cannons deployed on the guardian planets of the divine Great Worlds. Weapons of this level could no longer be described as illegal. This was one of the Federation's ultimate weapons. Even though David was a general in the military, and his status in the military was not low, he had only ever owned a battleship planetary destroyer before. Compared to this super planetary destroyer, whether it was in terms of power or technology, it was far inferior. It seems that the Tordo Funds Foundation is still weak. David shook his head and sighed. He didn't know what kind of trump card the Giaffi Consortium had. Because his attack was too sudden, the Giaffi Consortium was completely captured by him without any preparation. Whatever trump card they had, they didn't have time to use it. But Abu Dhabi was different. David's attack on the Surcharge Syndicate made Abu Dhabi more vigilant. They arranged the highest level of security and took out their trump cards. Although the base of this superplanetary destroyer was huge, its diameter was only 10 kilometers, and it extended to a depth of 5,000 meters into the planet's interior. This was indeed huge for a single weapon of the Federation. The recoil generated by the superplanetary destroyer had to be strong enough to protect the safety of the superplanetary destroyer. This was why the superplanetary destroyer could only be installed on aircraft carriers, space fortresses, or planets. Otherwise, such an extremely expensive superweapon would self-destruct halfway through the attack. David's spirit enveloped the cannon base of the Superstar Destroyer cannon. There were only 10 or so staff in the underwater base. This kind of superweapon had a very high degree of automation. These 10 or so staff were only in charge of maintenance, not operating. His mind power locked onto a room, and then the Silver Pterosaur activated its move in a flash talent ability and brought him to the room. Inside the room was a military-grade super server. David was even more curious about the origin of this superplanetary destroyer cannon. It could not have been manufactured by Abu Dhabi. This military-grade super server alone should not have fallen into the hands of civilians. David had seen a military-grade super server in an aircraft carrier before. Other than the aircraft carrier, no other battleship was qualified to install the most powerful super server of the Interstellar Federation. David came in front of the super server and connected to the sensor device. After 2 hours of hacking, he finally managed to take down the military-grade super server. He was now the highest administrator of the military-grade super server. David did not continue. He quietly took control of the superplanetary destroyer cannon and left the base. Now is not the time to alert Abu Dhabi. Although it was unlikely that the manager of Abu Dhabi would evacuate all 15 IFA in a short period of time, if someone important left, it would affect his future plans. This kind of super financial group had a solid management structure, otherwise the management would collapse. This was why a headquarters was built. A large number of affairs needed to be handled in a safe and efficient place with extremely high authority. Even if Abu Dhabi knew about David's threat, they could not evacuate their headquarters in a short period of time. Besides, a super financial group like them could not keep their headquarters a secret. What David did not know was that in addition to this reason, Abu Dhabi was also facing the biggest problem. It was no longer a matter of whether they should evacuate or not. They simply did not have the time to think about it. Ever since the Surcharge Syndicate's headquarters was attacked 3 days ago and an astronomical amount of assets was transferred to the Tordo Fund, the reason for the attack on the Surcharge Syndicate spread among the upper echelons of the Federation. These 3 consortiums were not without enemies. Even if they were usually friends, when it came to benefits, they would still pounce on them and take a bite or two out of them. The Surcharge Syndicate's destruction was too sudden. Not a single piece of it was left for the other financial groups. However, the upper echelons knew that Abu Dhabi and the Stearns Consortium would be David's targets. Therefore, the suppression of these 2 financial groups had already begun. All the major financial groups had their eyes on these 2 fat pieces of meat. As long as they could tear off a piece of meat from these super financial groups with thousands of years of history, it would be rich enough. In a market, in the stock market, and in all kinds of trading venues, various methods to target Abu Dhabi and the Stearns Consortium emerged one after another. It had already affected the daily transactions of these 2 financial groups. The president of Exalted stood in front of a holographic screen. His figure was transmitted remotely through a camera. On the holographic screen were nearly 100 managers. These managers were all the managers of Abu Dhabi who held great power in their respective planets. This was an expanded meeting. The purpose of this meeting was to calm down the people who had been restless recently. This was more important than external methods. As for going into hiding, the president of Exalted did not even think about it. As long as he left 15 IFA, he believed that the financial group's competitors would be able to cause chaos both internally and externally in Abu Dhabi. The more critical the situation was, the more necessary it was for the president of Exalted to stay at the headquarters. Of course, the president of Exalted's confidence also came from the 2 experts beside him. They were experts from the Institute of Immortality. The Institute of Immortality was indeed supported by the 3 major financial groups, but the Institute of Immortality also retained a lot of autonomy. This was a normal situation for an Institute of Immortality in the Federation. It must be known that if the Institute of Immortality did not have autonomy, its research would be greatly restricted, and it would not be able to invite the top researchers to join it. A lot of the Institute of Immortality's research involved taboos in the Interstellar Federation and was not allowed by the law. However, this was a field of research that many top researchers wanted to understand. The crazy researchers did not care about the law at all. Under this kind of atmosphere, the Institute of Immortality produced a lot of research results, which allowed the Institute of Immortality to recruit experts. The president of Exalted had 2 experts in his office. One of them, Goldsmith's Transcendence, was a famous transcendent in the Federation and was ranked in the top 5 in terms of combat power. As for the other expert, he was a hidden expert sent by the Institute of Immortality. Although the president of Exalted did not know how strong this expert called Hobbs was, he could guess a thing or two based on the respect that Goldsmith's Transcendence had for him. It was also Abu Dhabi's luck that these 2 experts happened to be on a planet not too far away from 15 IFA. They were asked by the Institute of Immortality to arrive at 15 IFA one day before David. In the president of Akerlet, even if David was the number one transcendent in the Federation, he could be restrained by Goldsmith's transcendence. In addition, there was also Hobbes, who was even stronger than Goldsmith's transcendence. As long as David dared to come, he would be courting death. The president of Akerlet could not be blamed for this. It was a matter of perspective. If David did not go to the great world of God, he would at most be a little stronger than Goldsmith's transcendence. If he did not use his special ability, it would be difficult for him to defeat Goldsmith's transcendence. Lord Hobbes, I have a feeling that David has already passed through the outer defense. Goldsmith's transcendence said to Hobbes beside him in a deep voice. Goldsmith's transcendence was able to rank in the top 5 among all the transcendent in the Interstellar Federation. Naturally, they had extraordinary talent. His senses were extremely sensitive, allowing him to escape from certain death many times. This kind of perception was different from normal danger perception. His senses were much more advanced than danger perception, allowing him to make all kinds of changes. Federation War God. This David dares to call himself a god in the Federation. Today I will slay a god, Hobbes said with a mocking expression. Hobbes did not seem to put Federation War God David in his eyes. Even Goldsmith's transcendence, who was also a transcendent beside him, did not feel that Hobbes was exaggerating. Then you can be called Godslayer from now on. Goldsmith's transcendence smiled and complimented. Don't joke about God. David dares to call himself a god. He is asking for it. Hobbes said coldly. Goldsmith's transcendence was treated coldly by Hobbes, but he did not seem angry at all. Instead, he seemed to be used to it. On Hobbes's finger, a space ring with the style of the great world of God flashed with a cold light as he waved his hand, revealing his identity. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.